One jury alone can make him walk free. So if he's saying a plea deal and committed to say yes, he's unalive his wife, yes, that is great for the that is great for the prosecutor.
It is a judge-only trial.
All right. Can I speak?
Yeah.
All right. So I have to agree with Mr. Blair on this matter. Let me try to be as balanced as possible. First of all, I am disappointed. However, my disappointment is not based on the fact that they chose manslaughter. No. I believe that, and secondly, it was not the defense that brought the position to the prosecution. It was the other way around. It was the prosecution that made an offer to the defense. And initially, I thought that it was the other way around. But when you do your research, I know that it was actually the defense that approached the prosecution, not the prosecution that approached the defense and say, hey, this is what we have got, and this is what we're putting forward to you. And I believe that they think that it would have been a win-win. Here's where my disappointment comes in. My disappointment comes in from that if I was going to be the prosecution, I wouldn't just place that alone on the table. What I would have placed on the table is that you have to tell me the names of all the co-conspirators, those who helped to cover up the crime, and what role they played. That is where my disappointment lies. However, on the matter of acceptance, I have to agree with Mr. Blair on it, right? Why do I agree with him? Because there are multiple charges that can be placed. It is now over to the judge. He can be sentenced for the unlawful use of a firearm. He can be sentenced separately for attempting to conceal a crime. He can be sentenced separately for evidence tampering. He can get up to 40 years for the firearms charge alone. And he can get up to 30 years for manslaughter alone.
Yeah, alone.
Right. So on that matter, it is a win. But the other matters that I placed on the table to say, if I was the prosecution, I would be saying, hey, I am placing this offer before you. However, it comes with a condition, and here are the conditions. You have to tell us who were your co-conspirators. Because the truth is, I don't believe that Comrade Silvera alone did what he did. Let me give you an example of something that I want to put on the table. When he reached out to one of his comrade friends, and that person declined to help him, right? And I have to commend the person who declined to help him. I don't believe that the person just declined to help him just like that. The person declined to help him because the person might have been wondering, why is it that you are reaching out to me for a new mattress? You didn't ask me last week, and you're just calling me right now to help you to replace a mattress. What happened? Why? And I'm sure he had to explain. And when the person realized the ramification of all of these things, the person decided, I don't want to get involved in this thing, and decline. It is reasonable to think that the lady who helped to clean up the crime scene, I think she should be held culpable also, right? The doctor who made the assumptions, because I was listening to the case file this morning, and the doctor who made the assumptions and declared that she died peacefully to the extent that the opposition page was able to say that she died peacefully. My question is, how did you arrive at that assumption? Because if she was found seated in a chair, right? First of all, you have to check her pulse, or pulses, plural. And the case file stated that there was blood that was clearly seen right? If it was clearly seen, how did the doctor arrive at aneurysm, right? So these are some of the probing questions that I would have wanted to ask the other players. How did you arrive at that? But having said that, I will go back to the fact that Mr. Blair is right, right? We don't agree on a lot of things, but he's right on this matter, and I have to be fair.
That's why you mentioned two scenarios. The document you read this morning, did it say a doctor pronounced her dead as a result of aneurysm?
Well, no, the doctor did not say, well, it did not say that the doctor said that. However, the fact that the lady on the scene...
That is mere speculation then.
Hold on. And I agree that it's speculation, but I'm saying that the fact that the lady on the scene, hold on, the fact that the lady on the scene said it was aneurysm, that is why I would want to at least bring her, if no one else, before the courts. Bring her before the court and find out how did you arrive at that conclusion.
But nowhere in the investigation did that arrive. So how would you improve it? How would you want to impose that on the court?
It is public. It is public.
It was not nowhere.
Right, can I ask a question, please?
No, hold on there, Rusty.
How would that case arise?
No, hold on. There doesn't have to be an investigation because the lady herself is on record saying that it's aneurysm. And a good prosecutor would want to at least include her as part of the witness panel, you know, to say, hey, how did you arrive at this?
Based on our own admission.
That's what I'm saying, Rusty. She herself, it's not. This is not speculation, you know. She placed herself at the crime scene.
No, I think you're imposing yourself on the case higher than the judge.
No, sir. She placed herself on the crime scene.
How is that you, Blair? Because she placed herself there.
Because we have the prosecutor. The prosecutor does not mention nothing what the gentleman has said. The learned Chief Justice has not entered nothing.
You see, you know,
because you see, it's a ass of a different color now. It's a different twist and take, you know, so you're not going to hear none of that. None of that will come into evidence now, you know, because it's a different type of trial now. It's no longer a murder trial.
No, there will be no further evidence. The only thing left now is for sentence to take place.
You see, this is where...
And it sounds to me like you're joyful about that, Mr. Blair.
Come here. You happy to say
you sound like you're really happy about that.
Yeah.
When you say,
you sound very happy.
When you say happy, why
there should be no more evidence as if to say, fuck everybody else.
Come up here.
No. All I am saying, you know, I am just giving you.
I really wanted to ask you a question. I want to ask you a question, though. I want to ask you a question. All of these allegations are... Listen.
I ask two questions. Let me answer the first one first. The reason why I make this statement is to outline the protocol of the case going forward.
No, I'm not talking about protocol, Mr. Right? Blair. One moment. I can't even see who's calling.
I just want to ask this quick question before me forget. Remember, I'm not bright like you, to get things easy. Let me ask you a question though, Mr. Blair. In all your education about everything that you know about the politics, the case, and everything that you know, and in all your awareness, and in all your being on social media, and in everything that you know and everything that you're edified with, you have never heard any of these allegations?
Well,
right.
Allegation is not evidence.
No,
allegation
is allegation or evidence.
No, it's mere allegation.
Look here.
One of the allegations.
We are reason like sensible people now. I'm asking you a simple yes or no question. Did you or did you not hear any of these allegations?
It is mere allegation which cannot be proven. One of the allegations I heard
You
was
still
that
don't
That's
he
answer
was
my
what I'm asking you,
actually
Mr. Blair.
taxed
You're
by the
deviating from
Yes,
private
sir.
what I
party.
ask you. What I ask you is not for
Yeah.
you to give me a statement. It's for you to give me yes or no.
Right.
Did you or did you not hear any of the allegations that were made, including that of the little drop of blood and tile and the mattress and all the different
Of
things?
course I heard all of that. Of
Okay,
course
okay,
I heard
okay.
that.
Ah,
I wanted
simple.
to know. That's all I
I
wanted to
heard
know.
all of that and more.
That's all I
But
wanted to know,
none of
Mr.
what
Blair.
I have heard
Because
is
you
borne
seem to
out
be
in the
making us the
statement
villain for hearing it
coming
like
from
as
the
if you
Director of
knew.
Public Prosecution. None of it came out, including the one which suggests that she was shot in her most private part. It has
But
been
Mr.
borne
Blair,
out
you
not at
still
all.
not happy. You still are
There,
it's okay.
there was no other engravements or marks or bullet wounds on the rest of her body. Remember, they had to do an autopsy to find out that she was shot, you know.
Rusty, what
Remember,
I
it
read
was an
is
autopsy that they did to find out if what was the cause of death.
Rusty,
They were
what I
going on
read
an
was that she
aneurysm
got,
argument until somebody
got
said, no. We want an autopsy. So we
hold
don't
on,
trust this
Rusty.
situation. That is how they got the autopsy, you know. Minutes before she was cremated. Mere minutes before she was
Hold on,
cremated.
Rusty. Let us put the emotion one side.
No, this
And
is
let
not
us deal
about
with the facts.
emotion, boss.
Let us deal with the facts.
I
What
am
came
not
from the
getting
director,
emotional
what
about this
came
thing.
from the
Because listen, me,
DPP
I am
was
sure
that
I'm
she
very much
suffered.
like you. When our wives long up their mouth and give it too much argument, me and you and Joshua the same thing, we just walk away, don't it?
Power
Nice.
top, guys. Need the last power top.
So
But
we have no reason to get emotional.
the point which I want to make, Rusty, is that coming out of the statement issued by the Director of Public Prosecution, she had three shots, one superficial, meaning it either graze or it fly through. One in her leg, in her thigh, and one in her abdomen. Right? Yet still, it was widely circulated that she got three shots in her most intimate part. So a lot of things has been said, and a lot of speculation has been made. Even Joshua now is saying that he reached out the person to get mattress and things like those. We have no evidence to substantiate that.
But you know,
So that should not
to be
form
honest
part of the
with you,
discussion.
to be honest with you, doing Mr. Blair, you're or is it Richards? I can't remember sometime. Too much you.
Blair is the name.
Blair. All right. Let me say something to you, my virgin. You know, I wasn't speaking to you on any evidence. I was speaking based on what we heard that transpired. The evidence is a whole different thing. We can't go a quote with the ear, sir. Evidence we have to go with. So the evidence now is what well I know. The evidence now is what is. But the evidence before that is not what it is now. And that is very clear based on the fact that they cleaned up the whole doggone place, changed everything, and that is not no rare argument. Various people were there, including a lady that placed herself there and said it was a little drop of blood, little bit of blood.
That would not be classified as evidence, Rusty. That would be classified
I am not
as
saying it is. I am not saying it is. You know, Mr. Blair, I'm going to be frank with you. If all of these allegations that were made and is swirling around in the wind, you see? You know, if it was a murder trial, all of these would come to the fore. Would come to the fore.
Well, the prosecution would have known that. Isn't that so? Remember, it is the prosecution
glad you said that, Mr. Blair. Glad you said that.
The prosecution offered the defense a plea deal. And the defense.
Is it the prosecution that offered it, or was it his lawyer that placed it on the table?
The prosecution.
On what premise did the prosecution offer that deal?
See me? I say go. The prosecutor have to give you a plea deal.
If the prosecutor did all of that for him, you see, what is it that his lawyer would have told him?
In my lawyer now have to go sit down and come to a conclusion about it and evidence. Say yes.
So you want to tell me someone like you want to tell me
no,
now, say.
you want to go a trial and get 100 years or get blood neck.
Right, and you want to tell me now, say, a man as brilliant and as bright and as smart as Peter Champagne wouldn't have told him this before the prosecutor got to him.
You tell him, but he must wait. Hey, the first thing, you know, your lawyer gonna tell you everything, you know, and put it to you.
Listen,
And say, yo, your case,
well,
you're gonna do so much and so much here, and you can do a plea deal, and you do this time, or you go a trial.
Watch out.
And you get blood neck,
I think
and you get
more
life.
than that. I think it's a bit more than that. His lawyer, knowing the situation, must have told him. So watch out. This is your best way out. This is your best way out because all else I got tumble down when you have to know the rest of the story. So take this.
If the
That has to be his
prosecutor
lawyer.
offer the plea deal, then his lawyer, based on the evidence before.
Listen, I am thinking that the prosecutor would want the maximum.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think the prosecutor.
Rusty,
I don't listen. I did not hear anywhere in the news that the prosecutor offered him anything.
Voila, the maximum penalty for manslaughter is life imprisonment. You know that?
Well, let me tell you something. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. It's still life. Yes, I read it yesterday. I did some research. But I don't think that the prosecutor would have wanted to dash with a yardstick like that by offering him a plea deal. Should have want the maximum. Watch out now. Whether you know this or not, you know, them in this thing have to be a superstar to some extent. You know. Should have very much have to be the next Paula Llewellyn. Me not think so she would have offered him a plea deal. She was the one that accepted a plea deal that they offered.
And she makes the females very upset in Jamaica.
Offer him a plea deal. I want the maximum. As a woman. As a woman. Joshua, as a woman. Here, as a woman. Kimmy, as a woman. I mean, them can't think emotional as we are thinking. They have to be professional, right? But as professional as they are, she a woman. She have to prove the maximum for him. Especially if she know for sure say I am. At them come up with that idea go along with it. Because maybe as a new prosecutor, she could look into it and say, boy, watch out, I can't take the stress with that case there. I might be this man go get away, you know, based on technicalities.
Thank you.
So she just work with it.
That's the exact
Remember say Champagne, Champagne way more experience than she, you know.
You know one jury can make Sylvia walk free. You can make him man walk free. One jury alone.
It wouldn't be a jury. It wouldn't be a jury.
You can have 12 jury, 9 jury, and one of them say not guilty. And you walk free. You can tell that's a right deal in text. Right deal. It's a win. This is a win.
This case would not be a jury trial case. It's a judge trial case. It will be tried at the gun court.
No, but
Your jury
hold on. Look here. So what you trying to say to me? The rest of gun cases, them will try a circuit. I want them. And a gun case.
Man, this one would be tried at a gun court.
What makes him special? But what makes him special? Power top guy. What makes him special?
No, I have nothing to do with him. No, nothing to do with him.
Like from inside door, you play. Your son happy say take a little sentence plea deal. Your son happy said the DPP accept. You just sound happy to me. You just sound really happy.
I'm going to teach you something. Him can still get the maximum, you know. Being charged for something. I mean, this is how you get away, you know.
It's possible.
It all depends on if the judge decides to watch, you know.
I think
he's never ease him up.
Ease him up or ease him. It all depends on the discretion. You can still get life.
Yeah.
Because Give me them happy, you know, cause it's a cover up, you know, cause if this then come out a light, a whole for them big member are gone. Mark Golden included. the whole of them would have implicated tonight.
To me,
So the whole of them glad. The whole of them glad.
I will entertain.
Yeah, the whole of them glad for this plea deal. It's some name and call.
You Blair, based on your
Blair, everybody have a right to their opinion, you know. Remember that opinion, the word opinion mean not necessarily facts, nor true.
Yeah, but you know, Father Ross, you know, me understand with them people, PNP. Every time them come out and accuse the Prime Minister of one thing.
If he make a statement like that and you thinking of yourself, so that is nonsense. All you have to do is stand him say it's nonsense, but that don't mean to say if you get cold feet and take away yourself.
Father Rusty, every time them come and them accuse the Prime Minister of
I've no argument with it.
You can't, me not talk to you, I not talk to you. I am not talking to you. Yeah, maybe can't see me.
What are the ignorance? Relax.
Every time you come and accuse the Prime Minister, somebody see some.
No, but them accusing the Prime Minister and we accusing Mark Bowling. It's two different things. We are telling the truth and them are tell lie.
I tell lie. Yeah, we are telling the truth and I tell lie, but that's somebody touch Mark said about something on
what you say it for a while, you know. Whether it's true or it's false, you say what you say. It's him to defend that argument.
But in can't defend, I know it is the truth. The reason why I make him say so, because me ask him.
A brother called me yesterday, you know, and cuss me out properly, you know, say, as a man, may I pray for a man to go to prison. And I say, no, Bridget, that is not it. That is not it at all. What it is justice we are dealing with. Because what you know, it's justice we are dealing with. We use fame, favorite artist scenario with you. I say, watch out. Basically the same thing. And that man had to spend 13 years. Whether I did it or not is not the issue here. So don't understand what I say. Worst case scenario, let's say, we could play devil's advocate and say, yes, he did it. Right? Look what him have to go through for prove, say, him not do it. As opposed to this man just getting 50% discount off.
Exactly.
You see the difference between rich people and poor people and ghetto youth and uptown youth? Because what you know, well, I know, an uptown youth have to prove they're innocent. While a ghetto youth have to prove they're innocent. While an uptown youth have to prove they're guilty.
Can I try to make my life goal, please? Thank you. Let me tell you.
Once.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you why I'm disappointed. I don't believe. I believe that if Miss Thompson did stand her ground and don't accept the plea deal, this man would get the full blunt of the law. So we would not have the family coming out now and saying they are even more hurt.
My thing is, Timmy, I think we even get worked up over this really, you know. Because what you know, at the end of the day, I still can't get the maximum, you know. It depends on what the judge appraves.
Because I'm telling you, Rusty, so no matter what you say, right now, he give up your rights already.
But the judge is this or that, because even myself accuse him saying I'm a PNP, right? But regardless of that, he can just look on it and say, boy, this could have been my daughter, you know. Send the boy to hell. I say 40 years, 35 years. Right? Why, Marky G, I'm a friend of Marky G, best friend of Virgin, you know. You're what? Well, at 25, you're 15 before parole. You did it 2 already. So you have 12, you have 13 left plus the remission, so you have 8 left. See? Who knows?
Yeah, dear.
Rusty. Now tell us something. If you laugh,
you play come back.
you see once you as a criminal make a plea deal and tell your lawyer, tell the prosecutor say you guilty. You give up your rights right away. Right away.
Look here.
Right away. You give up your rights.
To the courts a million times in my life. So me know where you talk say. You tell me.
So when time some people are say, yo, they know,
I'm a Christian.
you know, recognize plea deal. It's a plea deal. Eh? You send yourself a prison already. Can't tell you that. You got a prison already.
When Joshua born in Liverpool Garden.
No, with this window right now, the judge have all advantage over him and the lawyer and the prosecutor. Because when we have the rights already,
according to the law though, according to the law, him can give him the full book. And can
individual rights already. Individual rights already. Rusty. The judge
it's in the judge. It is within the palm of the judge's hand right now. To say right now. Right now. The judge can give him a full egg with the yolk and the white and everything, all the shell. Or he can give the egg white alone.
Right now,
it's up to the judge.
You can give right now.
Or the white cell, or the full egg.
The full book still overhead. The full book still overhead. Because what? In lawyer no say, he will get maximum sentence. Because first to comment at 25 years, he get if I am alone. Plus he will them. He will get 15 years fee strap. Plus any amount of bullet.
One thing I can tell you. In waste one whole heap of money and one whole heap of time. Because from day one, you should not just tell them, so what you know. Boy, I'm the frustrated them. I'm going to fuck with me. And do it. The case should have done already. And based on what, Sheldon, every time you talk to. You talk to him.
You don't talk. Me don't talk. Now, to tell you the now I'm going to know, say, what in do? And I say, a manslaughter. If America, that is not manslaughter, because fire more than one bullet. One bullet is manslaughter. More than one bullet, you deliberately want to take the person's life. You deliberately want to take the person's life. So you discharge a firearm more than once, more than twice. So you go triple. That is murder.
Right, Father Rusty, the Jamaica that we live in, Uncle Rusty, and the influence that some of these men have, do you think that he's going to get the full length? Or is the judge going to give him full penalty or whatever? I don't feel like he's not going to get no longer time. That's just me. That's why I'm so upset about she accepting the plea deal. I don't feel like he's going to get a long sentence. I don't feel like he's going to get time. Protect him. Come here.
Won't get time. Won't get whole heap of time. Won't get whole heap of time. Hello, he might look for 40 years right now. He might look for 40 years right now. With the strap and the manslaughter when they charge him for. He might get 40 years. He escape life imprisonment. When he sign the plea deal, that he escape life. Life he escape, but he take a longer term sentence. That I plea deal. You escape life. When you sign a plea deal, you escape life and talk the truth. You give the prosecutor less time in a court to debate with the lawyer and go back and front and report out this and report out that to the lawyer. So it judge everything left in their hands and judge right now.
And that's what I'm saying. If this lady could have easily bought out, what to stop the judge from also being buy out?
No, that's my buy out. No, on a buyout. It anywhere in the world. You will with 100
She was pressured to make a decision and she made the wrong one.
Every prosecutor make the same decision. Have to come with a plea deal. Shorten your time, find you do life, and you shorten your time, and you come out with this 30 to 40 years.
Guys, the reason why I said
without parole. I do maximum 30 years or 40 years. Maximum never see long 40 years. You can't tell her that.
All right, so we're dealing with Jamaica legal system, not the United States.
I see procedure down the yard. Once you sign a plea deal, they take a shorter time for to get life in prison. You save yourself and get life imprisonment for go in front of 12 jury or 9 jury. And when the verdict come on, if 9 of them say you're guilty, the judge can get life imprisonment. Or the judge said
Sheldon, quiet. What you are misunderstanding is that everything is accepted and is only gonna be sentenced now.
Yes, the judge got.
Is when we, the Jamaican people, is going to hear if I'm gonna get live, or if I'm gonna get 10, or if I'm gonna get 20, or if I'm gonna, good afternoon, Jenny, or if I'm gonna get 30. March the 6th, or when we are gonna know what is going to happen. What you need to understand, there's no jury. There's nothing. Only thing left is for him to stand up in front of the judge and the judge say, "Here, boy, you got jail for this X time, or you go for this X time." At the end of the day, just as how this lady was pressured to making the wrong decision, the judge can be either one, be pressured, two, buy out.
The judge can be pressured. You know why, Kizzy? He don't make a plea deal already. And sign himself guilty. He make a plea deal already and say in guilty. He don't need the jury because he must already have been found guilty. So he left the judge now. He hand down his sentence.
Listen to what I just said. There is no
plea deal, you know. At that time, make a mistake with everybody, you know, because they don't know what is a plea deal.
But Sheldon, remember time now have nothing else to do. Him just a wait for March the 6th to go here all long him and get
because the man already signed a plea deal, we don't need no jury. He means he already found guilty. Because he make a plea deal. When he's guilty, you don't need a jury. I'm going to stand up before a judge and the judge will give me book. And the judge say, well, somebody leave them and give half a book. And he give me full book.
That's what we just said.
So the maximum time for manslaughter is life imprisonment, or he can do 30 years without parole and do 20 years free strap when they hold him with. So maximum of 50 years he can slug in a prison for without parole. And I'm happy to 50 years. Then he walk.
You guys, you're out to power tap. Sheldon, listen to what
sign a plea deal.
Sheldon, sometimes you have to listen to what I just said. Listen. Nobody is saying that they're going to be a jury. We all say that this man is going to stand up in front of the judge on March the 6th. March the 6th is when we...
I'm going to go for sentence March the 6th or 8th. I'm going to go for sentence before the judge. All of us understand. Just like in America. Once you sign a plea deal, we don't need jury. You get a date to come to court for your sentence. And that day the judge hand down your book for you. That day the judge read your rights to you and tell us you waive your rights already. And if you're a lawyer, understand. And if you understand what you write and tell you what you're charged for and tell you the amount of time we cost and the amount of sentence we have to do. And you hand down the time. If you do 2 years already, we both have 2 years and give you rest. So if you get 40 years, you give you 30 years because you do 2 already.
Guys, we can meet my live goal. Meet a live goal, trust. More galaxy to go to. And some answers.
And that's how it's going to work down to. On the 8th or 6th when he's in court. Because he have a date of coming for his sentence, not a trial. He might come for his sentence. Because he has already signed a plea deal that is guilty of provoking.
You know.
And he said he was provoked by the woman, but he fired too many bullets.
Sheldon, so for 1 minute, I want you to listen to what I said. Mr. Silvera, the plea deal was accepted by the DPP. Mr. Silvera is going to be sentenced come March the 6th. Just as how the DPP was pressured or maybe buyout to make a decision, we are that the judge that is going to stand up in front of Mr. Silvera on March the 6th can also be pressured or even buyout to give a lighter sentence. We never said that you're not correct. We are telling you that what can happen, because at this point in our junctions, Sheldon, we are seeing where the DPP messed up and she failed us miserably. Nobody's saying you're incorrect. Nobody is saying that that is not. We are telling you that the pressure that will come from whosoever pressure the DPP will also fall on this judge back. We are telling you that this man may get 2 months in a jail versus life imprisonment. Nobody is saying you're incorrect. We are saying if the DPP had not taken the plea deal, then we would have stand a better chance of him getting life. The evidence is here.
I'm going to show you again, Kimmy.
Power up, guys.
I'll show you again, Kimmy. I'm going to tell you this again, Kimmy. I understand this. See, in a law, see when you charge with murder, I go in a box before 12 or 9 jury. One jury can make you walk free, and the case is a good for nothing. So when you sign a plea deal, it give the prosecutor more rights now to send you to prison because you're guilty. And you tell it, you sign to it, you're guilty. So when you do a plea deal is a win-win for everybody. Then we have to go fight this case to come up with all this evidence when we have no evidence. We can stand up on the case and stand up on the and say yes, there was no.
Hold on, listen. I would rather, and I believe Mrs. Silvera family as well, would have rather the court to fight with everything in at them. And many Jamaicans would have rather a fight than just this giving up so easy. What you're not understanding is that Links are gonna get the money out of jail scotch free, and at that we are talking about. Links are gonna make this man and whosoever else in the People's Nasty Party help to cover up the crime are going to be walking in Jamaica scotch-free, hands down. Links took this man took his wife, what you not understand, it seems like you not get it. So let me just give it to you a little bit. We not care about what happened. We are telling us Links can make this idiot walk free. We are telling us Links can make this man come out and hug up him, picnic them, but him take them mother. What we are telling you is it doesn't matter. It doesn't. We would have rather us go to the bat and him come out not guilty than we forget an easy plea deal and the Links get him off scotch free. We would have rather a fight to the finish more than this so easy power tap chat. Chat me just get a restriction. Power tap. They're gonna some rose chat. Chat power tap. That is exactly what we're telling. We will fight to the finish. You can't. It's not right. That's not what we're saying. What we are telling you, Sheldon, is we would rather a fight to the finish. We would rather to be neck and neck with this man. We would rather want to have.
Right now, me I tell you, Kimmy. Right now, me no want to fight a losing battle. And when time you see, anybody where you see, get caught up in the law and take a plea deal. You know what I'm going along distant and feel neither. Just like the prosecutor take a deal because he was a yes, me have you know. We don't have to bother fight this when we don't have substance evidence to continue up on the case.
First of all, understand this. I can tell you this. Mrs. Silvera's family at this moment would have rather fight and get a not guilty than don't fight. I'm telling you that.
Well, me don't want to fight and get a not guilty. Me want him to take a plea deal so me can send him a prison. See you where.
So you're being selfish, but the women of Jamaica.
If you commit a crime, you're going to do some time. That me away from me. No want you go do. Me no want you come out, eat taxpayers' money and then you're not going to do no time. No.
God, Jenna, taxpayers' money still going to eat.
But
when him got taxpayers' money that is putting a roof over him head. When him got Jenna, the same taxpayers' money appear, no bills. Not the same tax money.
And then you walk free.
Ask you. So that is what I'm saying. I can guarantee you that Mrs. Silvera's family would have rather a fight than an easy verdict. Please understand what I'm saying.
All right. I mean, understand you, Kimmy. I'm going to tell you my part. Me right now, I prefer no say, he go do 2 years, one walk free.
So Sheldon, come here. Cause at this point, let's just say this. Mr. Silvera on March the 3rd go up in front of the court and say, and the court says to him, oh, we're gonna sentence you for 2 years. But because you served 2 years already, what we are gonna do is send you scotch free. What the justice then?
Check.
Come here now, and that we are talking about, because any sentence Mr. Silvera get, 2 or 3 years are gonna come out for the sentence there. So let's say the judge said them are gonna give him 3 years. 2 years don't gonna spend 1 year in a jail.
Politics. Give me
but there is no 3 years and 2 years. Give me. The machine alone is 15, maximum 15 years. Give me. Come on now. Get this thing really out. It cannot be walked free.
Sheldon, nothing at all. Nothing at all in the report states that they are charging this man for the machine. Everything said that this man have a plea deal to manslaughter. Nothing more. Nothing more. There's no additional charges that we Jamaican people. Hold on, sir. Give me a second. I'm kind of tell Sheldon. Nothing more is there, Sheldon. So we have to hold on the manslaughter plea that is out there.
The day of sentence not come yet. The day of sentence not come yet. When the day of sentence and the judge are reading me right, and they're not going to know where am I going to charge for Kimmy. And that I'm still not going to know.
Sheldon, now understand.
You going to sign a plea deal for the murder, Kimmy. For the woman, and that inside a plea deal for. The weapon charge is still there. It is still there, Kimmy. And the day of sentence is here. All right, wait till March 6. Remember me to tell you this. Remember me to tell you this. To the day, remember me to tell you this. February 6th, from Bob Marley birthday, remember me to say this to you.
Okay, no problem. Chad, couple more live goal. Go on, Mr. Kiwi. I can't make your name, but go on.
Kerwin. Yeah, no, quick and fast. I listen to me say I got one thing where I listen to the brother there and I don't know if you understand fully say a plea deal come with discount too. Right? And none of we don't know the true deal with them set yet. And a lot of things will come when the sentence time come around, might come in effect like good behavior, people, character weakness, and even if you get 15 years, him do probably 3 already, and then with character weakness and discount for the plea deal and everything, he might just get 2 years.
Exactly. No, and the 2 year won't work because he already served 2 years. So them are gonna say you don't do 2 years already. Go on boy your business.
Well, and this is a man where this is a man where
be pressured into giving this idiot a lighter sentence, and that is where Mrs. Silvera and her family did not get any justice. What I'm saying is, I think Mrs. Silvera's family would have rather fight to the finish.
Right. This is a man who allow. This is a man who allow him children to come see their mother bleed out, like come see the body of them, the calves of their mother, like. And
this is a man. What we not understand. This hey bestie. This is not a man that sits here. That is a man who is a finance man. He's all of this and a bag of nothing. He's not that man. This is a man where his son was in his care and his son got unalive. This is a man that we are saying, oh, I don't know what happened. My wife passed away. She passed away in her sleep, and oh Jesus, man, what am I going to tell my? That is the speech the nigga give away. Guys, are we not remembering 2023? Are we not remembering the cry that was on this man's face? That and the kids are now going to be grown up without a mother. How am I going to replace your mother, brother?
I'm sorry, but I would rather try. I would rather
fight to finish. Fight to the finish.
I don't
because this man can get a lighter sentence, and the lighter sentence can be 2 years, and him already served 2 years, so I'm going to go in yard. He may go cock up in him living room and watch TV.
You can't take me down, Kimmy, because
that's what I'm saying.
You can't take me down.
Sheldon is wrong. I'm not saying Sheldon is wrong, but Sheldon, if you understand, say the plea deal for a lesser charge is the manslaughter. We don't know what is in the plea deal, correct? However, it should not have been accepted.
If something would never, a prosecutor wouldn't accept the plea deal neither. That again, too, you know, because justice have to be served. And the prosecutor want to make her name too. So she not going to sign it. She have to look stupid at the end of the day neither too.
Hold on. You make your name for being the biggest idiot in Jamaica. You make your name for being the biggest failure to females in Jamaica. That's a name you wanted to make. What are you telling me? What are you telling me, Sheldon? She made her name for being the biggest failure in Jamaica. She failed the Jamaican people. She failed the women of Jamaica, and I'm not taking that back. You made a name for being a failure? Are you okay? This is the same woman who sent Mr. Noel Maitland gone to jail for murder. Let's talk about it since you want to talk about make name. She make a name for being a failure to society. She made her name for being a failure to women. She made a name for going to school and being the dumbest person that we could ever see in Jamaica. And I won't take that back. She made her name for not doing the right thing. That's not a name to make, Sheldon. She should have stood her female.
Still. Mr. Land,
You
said
said,
should have stood her ground, but still.
Guys, this is the woman. Power Top Chat. When she got accepted to the post, she said, I am committed to being transparent. I am committed to ensure that I follow the full extent of the law. I am committed to ensure that we do all. And she committed to be the biggest failure of Jamaica. She never tell us that she was going to be a failure. As a matter of fact, give up your seat, lady, and send back Paula Lewin. Because if Noel can go to jail, then this man should go to jail. I don't care which woman pan your boy, you can tell me nothing. What you try to tell me? She got school to be a failure? Children coming from generation to generation are going to remember this failure, yeah. Children, people are going to remember that she failed and she failed us miserably. She did not do what she said she was going to do.
That a deliberate murder still because he fired too much bullet. Too much bullet was discharged from the firearm. So that a deliberate murder. Life imprisonment, that still.
I don't know what you're telling me, Sheldon. She chose and she chose wrong. She chose wrong. And I'm not taking back that out of my mouth.
That is an aggravation analyzing, you know.
Let's remember that this lady said, you know, when she, that's why I say, guys, the Jamaica Labour Party people, them, we are not normal. Remember things. Remember that after Mark Golding came out and said she passed away in her sleep peacefully.
Yeah, man,
72 hours after that, the poll, the thing on Twitter was taken down. The post on Twitter was taken down. We could not, all this money, may I look for that in the people. This man, we go back to look for she, you know. Because we wanted people to know this is not an allege against Swampy G. Swampy G said it out of his mouth. Miss Thompson, Miss Claudette Thompson, you failed. You failed Mrs. Silvera children. You fail your own self as a woman. You give the men the right to do whatever they want. That's what you did, lady. So that means that you should go back and tell the judge that you want Matalan to get a manslaughter plea too, Maitland. Right? You want Mr. Noel Maitland that is charged for the unaliving of Donnelly Donaldson. You want him to get a manslaughter plea too. Send him all come back on the road. Come here. Why did you make this one gone, but Mr. Silvera is going to go away? Me not get it. So what? So Maitland is not that big shot. Oh.
I look so.
Power tap chat. No female in Jamaica right now. No female in Jamaica is happy. Look at your big smile. You're big, not sweet. Every female is hurting because of what you did. Chat power tap, please. You could have chosen the right way. Hi, Mr. Jeffrey. Welcome to the panel. You could have chosen. What are you telling the men to do to us females? What are you telling them to do to us?
I can say something, Kimmy.
Sure.
Look, I'm very disappointed. In a lady. I don't know why somebody murder somebody. You murder a woman and give her 3 shots in her vagina and uno accept the plea deal. The man forget life imprisonment. Hold on, Barry. Barry. Try power tap again. Beg on some F1 and couple roses. Barry, take time when you're Barry. No, can me tell you something.
Guys, let me make it clear. Anytime Kimmy come live is a bag of restriction, please may I ask you, just try to use different words that make with the audience know we are talking about, but keep it clean. You can't take the restriction them. I'm tired of them now. If they are too much. We're not talking about politics. So I'm not cussing the PNP today, and she alone me cussing them, and I'm PNP and she Labour.
We're not talking about politics. Give me a chance to talk, no?
But we're talking about woman today. Why would I restrict me? Why not report me for what I do? What I do?
Because they like the truth.
Go ahead, you can talk there. Power tap chat.
Because I don't understand. We're not talking about PNP, or we're not talking about who want have money for una. We're talking about the lady which murder the lady, right? In analyze the lady for her own investment, right? He choose to analyze the lady, right? He choose to do that because your wife, you have 3 kids with the lady, and you got a funeral. What hurt me? You got a funeral, go cry, and you don't know what you did to the lady. You get me? I say that Sylvia was a nice lady. You get me? I say, you analyze the lady over on a big, rich investment. And we're not talking about PNP who have money. Whether you have money, so no, him should never ever get a plea deal on that case there. You feel me? Because when you do that now, you have to tell everybody, say anybody can analyze anybody and get away with it. I thought go on now. So let me say anybody can analyze anybody and I walk free. And that's what me see this justice system see. I mean, never expect say Miss Thompson or Claudia, what's your name? Thomas, which one name, my last name. Me never express should have accept the plea deal. You get me? You feel me? You should never accept the plea deal. If you go to prison for life imprisonment, because when do is that what hurt me? 3 shots in a lady vagina. 3 shots in a lady vagina. You may say, if we have domestic violence, if we have an issue at the home, I'll have to move out.
Don't say vagina. Say private part.
Private part, right? Private part. If you guys are not green, as well it claimed to say, allegedly saying that because of domestic violence, why you never move out and leave her alone? You can say, but when you do not analyze her because of our investment in my mobile or boat. The lady that one woman, yeah, and that's because of greediness. Yeah, it doesn't matter what your wife want. It doesn't matter what you and your wife, you could have moved out and leave her then. If I saw the case, then you analyze her, you put 3, you have to be 2 shots in her phone. That's crazy. And then you want to walk free and get 20 years and come back out like everything normal. If Sylvia, even though my mother is Sylvia and my grandfather is Sylvia, but to be honestly, if not tell the truth, I think she's supposed to related to my mother side or something like that. I don't know. Is I say, I'm not sure, but I ask my mother about it and things. But I tell, if she was my family cousin, that wouldn't go like that. To be honestly, I tell the truth.
The worst part about it, he might not get 20 years. And
all
that
right.
is it.
All right.
Tap my 2 galaxy left from a live goal and power tap. he might not get 20 years.
Oh,
The
yeah, I
worst
see it.
might not get 20 years. The next part about it, he might not. And what we don't understand, this man going away. And the lady that had the chance to lock him out did not take that. The lady that had the chance to put him away for the rest of his life did not take that opportunity. She failed us as females in Jamaica. So she tell my man say, him can do him one. Well,
Exactly.
Me,
Exactly. You don't have nothing, and people keep talking about a PMP, this and PMP, that. But we're not talking about the PMP, we're talking about the lady we lose our life. And I hurt again too. I'm Kimmy, what hurt again too. Them do everything to cover up. Well, then do everything to cover up. Them cover up the thing.
This man was at the funeral, and the little lad, the little boy was crying. He had the little baby in his hand, walking around. How dare you?
Oh, dare you? Exactly.
Dare you?
Wow, oh my God, the man terrible. The man bad. He's wicked.
Who had the baby walking around at the funeral? You literally did that. You were walking around with the child at the funeral. Body murder.
Yeah. The man terrible. The man terrible bad. In the woman funeral. In the woman funeral and everything, a baby in a ball. And you don't know, and they pay much money to cover up everything, the evidence. They do everything and the work.
Hold on, let me check somebody. The first child, remember now, there's a child that in the care of the man went analyzing. Remember that there's a child in the care of the man that passed away. Why I say she failed? She is a mother. That also helped to influence our decision. Remember, say it not out there like that, but think about it. Your name called on it, bro. She should have said, no, man. These babies, you can see my wallet. They were young children when they passed away. Very young children. They were young children. They're never big. One of them did still young, very young. She just not too long have baby. So when time the lady, I did give the opportunity to make we, the women of Jamaica, feel safe. She did not take that opportunity. She allowed the men to walk on her. And now a lot of men can feel like, oh, we have a woman, we are bad for the man them in the justice system. So we're going to do what we want to do because she's going to accept any plea deal. I don't care. Paula Luenda said, oh, no, the evidence is clear. This is her. The evidence is clear. And because the evidence is so clear, we're going to... Paula Luenda never. Bad to bad. Terrible to terrible woman. She would have never. Because the same thing that Noel Maitland wanted a plea deal and she did not take a plea deal for Noel Maitland. So I know she would have never. Because she's a woman and she's a mother just the same. You never stood your ground, lady. You met the whole of them, any one of them, and I don't care who. I could have one labor rights influence you. I could have one PNP influence you. You took an influence and failed us females. Like I said, sometimes when you sit down, the conversation can go. Them approach her, boy, mama, take a plea deal in a mama. See one stack here, can retire. Did it worth it? Any amount of money you get, it worth it? Because I scroll TikTok this morning and be a bring down. Instagram, be a bring down. Twitter, be a bring down. Facebook, be a bring down. Snapchat, bring down. You just get bring down from all of the social media them. Was it worth it? Me see everybody have a Mr. Silvera and I call him wicked. But to wicked number 2, yeah? She is wicked number 2. And I'm not going to take that back. Power top, guys. Jeffrey, you want to say something? I'm not taking that back. She had a choice, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Silvera, ball, bloody murder. Oh God, I don't know. Upon the news, tears of joy. Because that's not tears of sadness that was coming down. Tears of joy was running down his face because he quiet the woman. Tears of joy was coming. I don't know. I woke up, I shoved her. And she didn't move. She passed away in her sleep. Here comes Swampy G. She passed away peacefully. Here comes Dried Mango. She gonna clean up liquid job. Here comes the wall of them. So why is it? And this is in the PNP, ladies and gentlemen. Me not go politics, but this is in the PNP. So Mr. Prophet Damian Crawford, you said it right. You said it right. One by one, Uno going to jail. And if she had not accepted the plea deal, would I hear how much more of them do it? Power top chat. Conspiracy too. This was well orchestrated. This was well premeditated. This was well put together. He know what he was gonna do it, what time he gonna do it, and when he gonna do it. All wicked. What about the women them who can't fight for themselves? And now them are afraid. What about the females that are in abusive relationship and I think to leave it, but the man might unalive them and jump out? Oh, a manslaughter. Me and I did argue. You could have prevented so many things in a Jamaica if you had just made the right decision. What about the women that are being battered and decide, oh, so if a woman get battered and she poison her man, she will go to jail. Because you're all about the men. You love man like dog.
What is manslaughter in Jamaica? What is manslaughter in Jamaica? Because manslaughter, because I don't understand what is manslaughter. We can't way back.
But they were arguing. Based on what he's saying, they were arguing and they and him shoot her. Well, the pew went off.
In her vagina?
First of all, if PJ Percival James Patterson, wherever you're there in the world, minutes before they cremated her body, the autopsy was done to find out that she was unalive. And her now no exit wounds. So where did he fire it? Eh? What gave you the and again I believe that he would have even knocked her out to have done that to her. Why? Because you're gonna put something in a one hole. It gonna hurt, so she's gonna wake up.
It was a
dedicated thing. Yeah, put it in a one little hole. It can stretch the hole now to make it fit. It gonna hurt, so she gonna wake up. So she was not conscious either.
She never expect it.
She never know that night would be the last night she see her children then. Power top track.
Wow.
No, if you not tap, but me can't see if you not tap. As me tell you, them I report the life. So me don't know. She like never know that
important thing in Kimi. Important things that come in my report, and then I report Rosalie and then crap. They must say that important thing, man.
Not tap chat. But if you not tap thanks, I can't really see nothing. I swear to you. I not even know if you not comment. Every day we think about it. You lady had a choice and you chose wrong. You chose wrong. And I'm very disappointed in you. As a woman, you are going down in history for being the stupidest woman ever. Like anybody send request, I'm just accept it. Sorry about that, I just should request them. My live is constantly reporting. It's not a big deal, Barry. As soon as I come live, I know what time it is. Because okay. When we come for talk, they don't like it.
Yeah, let me realize.
people. You understand? We, the ladies over here, we are upset that this woman failed Mrs. Silvera.
Yeah, man.
Family is out there stating that they are still mourning and are upset about it. It came out in the Gleaner today that the family did not want it. Lady, you could have got your bed because when the plea deal was put on the table, you had 24 hours to make a decision and you could have used that 24 hours to meditate on the decision that you were going to take.
You get no plea deal.
24 hours to put something there and say, what will my daughter say? Power tap chat. What will my great-granddaughter say? What will my granddaughter say? Eh? All of this, you had the chance and the opportunity to do so, but you chose because you love man like dog, you chose a man over the woman them. When I bring down woman boy, yeah, we all about uplifting woman, but you deserve to be brought down. You deserve to get the worst bring down in a Jamaica.
I never expect that she should do that. I'm not telling you.
Rosalie lead you in a bring down. Eh? Yeah, lead Rosalie in a bring down. That don't make no sense. Rosalie better than you right now. That don't make no sense, lady. You go to school, you get your degrees for what? To be a failure to society? You failed the nation on a whole. You failed the nation on a whole. You're a failure. You make Annie, big party of the whole Annie, a better class than you right now. All of the social media influencers that are out there that are bring down and are bring down themselves, them better than you at this point. You're wicked.
Exactly. I never expected them to give them the deal. Never expect that. They have too much things to give somebody a deal.
How much years is Mr. Silvera gonna get? We do not understand this. The same pressure where the woman fall under, the same pressure the judge them are gonna fall under. And Mr. Silvera might walk away. And while he's in his house cocking up his foot and watching the TV, Mrs. Silvera is somewhere down in a one hole. Well, cremate.
Can't come back.
Can't come back. She will never get the opportunity to see her children graduate from school, basic school, primary school, high school, college.
Actually, no, this is so wicked.
She will never get the opportunity to sit and have a family dinner anymore.
She gone
will never
forever.
see another Christmas, now nothing with her
Well,
kids.
he's still alive. But he must when he's still alive. He's still alive, you know? I come up, I feel good and go jump up in a party. That's crazy. That's crazy.
She will never get the opportunity to do anything with her kids. All because the big ugly man took her life. And you had one job, Mrs. Claudette Thompson. And the one job that you had was to say no deal.
No deal. That's not deal because they do so much things. Why you get them do so much them do so much things, you know, them bury the evidence, them do everything, and you give them no deal, plea deed. That's crazy. Them do so much things.
Come here, Amalo. Amalo, send a request, please. What do you mean she? Come here, Amalo, explain. What do you mean she did a great job?
But I entertain she, much, you know.
Oh, no worry about Amalo. Amalo, what you mean? No, don't. Trust me. When Amalo talk, you have to read in Amalo talkings. So me just want to understand. Me understand Amalo. Amalo knows understand. Right?
Amalo said the great DPP. She right. She said the great DPP.
Well, right, Amalo. Jesus, hear him now, chat.
The DPP did a great job, and I'm going to ask you all before I even talk about the DPP to think about things that you all are saying. Who is in control of the government? Who is in control of the justice system? Who carries the laws that make the justice system operate the way the justice system operates? And we must be mindful. We must be very mindful of the way we talk of the justice system. Because
mindful for a reason, sir. Mindful for a reason.
Hold on, Barry. Hold on. Just hold on.
Just like the police, or we talk about the police and how the police are changing and stuff like that. It is the same way we have seen people where one time in our existence here in Jamaica would have never brought forward into court and be convicted. We are getting conviction from the court, from people from certain status in life, and they are also being charged, especially at the beginning of this year. So really and truly, we have to be very careful when we talk about the DPP. The DPP is the one with the evidence. The DPP is the one with the case file. No, none of us are here just speculating. We don't have no case file. We don't know what is in the case. We never stand in front of a court or a jury or anything, tried a case before. And I think it was in the best interest of Jamaica that we get a conviction in this case. And we get a conviction. Maybe we never get the conviction that we think the victim needed, but there is a conviction. We must now worry about the sentencing. And I think maybe it's because the sentence is not going to represent what we want. The sentence that people are anticipating that they want. This lower, plea is not representing that. But we must also understand that presenting a case, yeah, and just because we
one minute, Kimmy, I'm at work. Good evening, Kimmy. I'm at work. I just want to say something to Amaro.
Excuse me.
I want to ask one question.
Whoa.
Amaro.
Stop. One at a time, please.
You can't just come and just stop people and just say, I'm going to ask a question. The people, we have to listen, you know. We have to learn to listen.
And then you ask. Power tap, guys. Power tap. Guys, 2 more live go left.
Always one talk, don't listen. Go ahead.
Go on top budget. Don't go with Amalo. Make way.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, house. I want to ask Amaro something. You said the DPP done a good job, sir. I'm asking you one question, honest to God. If your mother been dead like that, how you feel? You feel the DPP like that?
The level of reasoning. You see, reasoning don't get personal, you know. Reasoning is not about emotion. Reasoning is about what is in front of us. We are discussing. So to ask me, yeah, my brother died in New York. Are you listening? Are you listening?
There's a cross match. One at a time, guys. Coming in, guys, please remember, one at a time. And there's a cross match. Guys, power up.
He asked me a question and I'm answering.
Yeah, go now.
My brother died in New York City. The person that commit the crime, yeah, never get charged for the higher one. He plead guilty to a lesser charge, and he's home before 10 years. Yeah, don't ask me about my mother. Don't ask me about my family member. You know nothing about me. Stick to the issue in front of you and talk about it and speak on it based on the merit of the case.
Because you're saying about the DPP, you're talking about the DPP, you're talking about the government, you're talking about the government, you're talking about the DPP, you're talking about everybody who rule on this and that. I'm asking you a question. If I be your mother or your sister,
Answer the question.
Or your daughter died, and your daughter, that the DPP rule like that, I'm asking you a question. How you feel about it?
I would accept it.
You're a liar.
He's a liar.
You is a liar. You is a liar. I don't want to hear nothing more. Bye, Kimmy.
We're not going to do that, chat. We're not going to do that. We're not doing that. He has a point.
I'm Kimmy. Let me just say something before we come off now, Kimmy. We're going to say something.
Don't do that. Don't do that over without.
Kimmy, all right. Let me say something before we come off. Look, people not talk about justice. They talk about this. They come and talk like them in the parliament, and they don't want to hear them something there. The woman lose her life. That's what we are talking about. She wrong. She's supposed to get justice, not a plea deal. Not at all. That we are talking about. We're not talking about no stush and who and who. We're not talking about that. The man asks a question, answer the man question. Again, I say we are coming with some stush business like we did in a parliament already uptown. The woman we are talking about justice for the lady. That we are talking about.
Well and Berry, well and cut budget. The point that Amala came with was if we are looking at it from a government standpoint, not a personal feeling like how me feel, so she shouldn't make the decision. That is my feelings. If we look at it from a government standpoint, a ruling standpoint, what she have before her to Amalo, she made the right decision. Personally, now we are acting on feelings, and that's why when he said the reason of conversation, I understand it. We are all acting on feelings. Come me act on my feeling. I feel Amala, I'm gonna be very honest. I feel like she disappointed the females of Jamaica. That's my feeling, Amalo.
And everybody is entitled, and Kimmy, everybody is entitled to their feelings. But based on our feelings, at the same point, we must not just go around talking things as if we are making judgment about the DPP without having the case file in front of us. We know nothing. If we don't know nothing, we are just here speculating. So we must separate our feelings,
sir,
from real action.
That's not it, sir. I am not. That's not it, Omaro. I am saying to you that the opposition leader was Mark Golden. Mark Golden is the opposition leader, come out and saying die peacefully. And then the gentleman who kill him. You understand?
Oh?
Come and say, come on, man. Omaro, you're not talking, analyze. Omaro, you're talking crap. You're talking garbage, man.
Who cares what Mark?
All right. Power top chat. All right.
You're not talking, you're speculating, sir. You prefer your brother to kill your mother. You prefer your brother to kill your mother. Analyze your mother more than this and that, because you're talking crap. You have no justice system, sir.
Kimmy, I don't. Kimmy, I don't reason with my. I don't get emotional and all of these things. These things are not necessary. I don't really call names. You see, I don't know people, so I care zero what people want to say about me. I am just talking based on what is in the public square. And I am trusting, loving my DPP. Maitland gone down. She have some big case coming with SSL, and she's doing good. She's getting convictions upon conviction, and she's doing very well. Beautiful.
All of them is something. That's reason you can't talk about no garbage, man.
Exactly. We're not talking about we're not talking about a great job what she's doing.
Talking about your sister.
We know she should do a good job.
Talking about your sister who pass off.
Yeah, talk about
your sister who pass off.
To me,
pass about your mother pass off.
If it was my mother, if I like that, he wouldn't have done.
Hey, stop. Again, hey, Chavi. Welcome to the ET discussion. Whew. Let me get back the light. Chad, let me get the light. I'm gonna stop. Because everybody has their opinion, and again, opinion is just feel. I agree. Some persons may feel a certain way. Like I said, I'm arguing this topic on the behalf that I believe the DPP, Miss Claudette Thompson, she had one job and she failed the job. That's my belief. Amalo belief is that she has many big cases coming up. This is also a big case. She made the right decision. That's Amalo's belief. We can't tear down each other's belief. Me just obsessed that she take a plea deal. Me never want she take it. And that's me. My emotions as a woman is getting the best of me as a woman, because I believe she should have stand up to the woman then. That's just me. Amala has a different point. We're going to pause the two so we can get the panel to give them bits, Lennox, and then Travi. Tap. Yeah. Guys, I have two galaxy left for my live goal. Lennox. All right, Travi. Hi, my brother from another mother. Tavi?
2 seconds, Kimmy. Give me 2 seconds.
So that
Kimmy,
is our belief.
Kimmy, let me use that 2 seconds to say something. Kimmy,
Go ahead.
I really, what I want, I may want the death sentence, Kimmy. Yeah? I may want go to trial, Kimmy. What I want, I don't have the case file. I am not the one that is privy or the learned one that understand the court system and stuff like that. I leave it to these people, and we get a conviction. Guys going to prison, can face up to life in prison. Beautiful thing.
Would you say, as a twist, right? As a twist now, would you say that maybe the judge, when name? Sky? When name? Psych? Him? Would you say maybe the judge might be yielding to peer pressure and just give him a 3-year sentence and him only serve 1 because him served 2 already?
You know, I can't speculate on what the judge is going to do. I have to just wait until the 6th, because we could create a whole argument on what the judge is going to do. And when it turns out the judge don't do nothing that we are here arguing about, and we waste quality time. So we must always focus on what is in front of us and how we can make it better. How can we lobby our politicians not to make a case like this drop down to manslaughter, but drop down to a murder too, which is almost just a lower case of a murder case? Yeah? These are the things we must think about.
Amalo. So 3 things happen since I come, like, you know, how much time may I bet to power top and send road? Since we've been talking, I've gotten about 4 restrictions already. So try use a different word other than murder.
Okay, what we can use? Unalive. Okay.
Just use unalive. We know the line of talk that also we know say unalive. Because that this is a sticky situation case, and we are talking about it, and we don't know why may get reported all the time, but yeah. Power top chat. Let's go. Continue now.
Yes, so you know, based on that, I'll leave it up to Travis to come and talk.
Travis?
Travis.
Live about this matter seems to be reported and being taken down. Not sure.
Yeah. No, hold on, before you finish, Travis, I had to stop the live, start over the live, because it said if I never end in almost 3 minutes, I go lose my page. So I don't know what's happening.
I don't know if I repeat the word. I'm not sure. Mere speculation.
All right, let's go. So what say you?
I was listening to you earlier, and you said that it is your feeling that guides the position that you have taken on the matter. It is your feeling that have allowed you to think that this is unfair. But you have to understand your responsibility in all of this. You have a public platform, and you're speaking to more than 100 people who probably come here because you have an influence over them. And with that responsibility, you have to be careful of the things that you amplify. Because one, your feelings cannot be proven in court, neither can it be used as evidence. And if you look into the matter with regards to the evidence that is available, you would have seen that the DPP's office would have made the right decision and the most. And as a matter of fact, it's not just the right decision, but it was the only thing to do at this point. Because here's what took place. Murder is what everybody wants to go for.
Unalive, Charlie, unalive.
All right.
Excuse me, that come up with explain to you, Kimmy. Hold on, but Kimmy, you need to remind your guesses that they need to stick in the TikTok guideline. And that's why you keep on getting the restriction. You see, the K word where them keep on saying, and the M word where him just said a while ago, those are the things that trigger the restriction. Understand? So you need to keep the TikTok guideline. Those are
all right, certain words. All right, we're going to just
F1 chat, and put up some F1, please.
And one last goal left, chat. That's it, the last one. So we can fix it up here. Let's go now, Chavi.
All right, continue.
charge one is what most people would have wanted to see. The accused tried, but what you guys don't realize is that his attorney has basically made it impossible for the prosecution to argue charge one. How did they do that? They took all the evidence that they have on board and admitted to a lesser charge. That's what he has done. He's taken all of the evidence on board. So, yes, it was my thing. I pulled the thing. It resulted in her. But this is what happened. We had an argument, and out of frustration, he squeezed off, but wasn't his intention to put her in the position that he sits today, right? But he did so out of frustration because he used to vote. No, that made it so that the DPP had to prove without any evidence, any witness, that he was lying. They have nothing to prove that. One, they have his phone records. They have all of his phone records because they took his cell phone. Right? Then you have the child's testimony. Right? One of his sons who confirmed that there was an argument the night before between his parents. So the DPP is now left with trying to prove charge one without any evidence, because all the evidence that they have that people were jumping up about and I say, holy for evidence, and for him this and for him that, he admit to them part there and basically take them out of being a weaponry against him. So Kimmy, I want you to look into the matter, look into the facts, and look into why they had to do what they did. Right? They also
let me get a talk now, man. What can I look in the matter? You know, understanding people that never talk be a foolish, Kimmy. Looking at what kind of matter, when I pick up for the DP, nobody now bash the DP. Kimmy said that she feel off because she's a woman and she deserve to go to prison for life. You're talking about, we're not talking about no looking at the matter and then foolish is like. You know, when I say, when I come a politician talk and one bag of foolishness. You know what I say? No matter if him plead the guilty or no, him do the act, get life imprisonment. He needs to get hung. He's not supposed to be living. That we are talking about. Yes, that's true.
And what grounds will they achieve what you're requesting? And what grounds? Tell us.
Yeah, no matter. We are coming this to us tush talking like so we have me give the DPP a flowers the other day. So I expect say should I do the same thing too? Because if I hope things in doing in do so much things and I try to bury the evidence and the art of a stuff.
So the court of law is run after your expectations.
Right? The justice system in Jamaica are foolishness.
My question to you, brother, is the court of law run after your expectations?
Mm-hmm. Of course, we expect absolute life imprisonment.
So very plan. Yeah, listen to what he said, He said that with the testimony of the child, he said with the evidence that the DPP have, only way for this person, this man, to go to jail is to take the lesser plea to see what the judge makes. What's this the judge makes after? Mind you, the ball now is in the judge hand. The ball of all of this is in the hand of the judge. Right? The ball is in the hand of the judge to say to him, Mr. Silvera, brother, y'all got jail for the rest of your life, or y'all got jail for 2 days.
Okay, so basically they can still give him life. So what you're saying that basically you're saying that they can still give him life then. But I don't understand what they mean by manslaughter. What do you mean by manslaughter?
Life. Yes, you can go play for life.
Okay. I got more for here. You get me? I say because see the manslaughter it's totally different. Because when manslaughter is to lick somebody, you never lick them willfully. A manslaughter that is if you drive a car and lick them somebody for the road, you never lick them willfully out of the road, but you're accidentally. So what is a manslaughter to them? Because somebody can murder somebody and pump 3 shots in them front and just walk free. You feel me?
But then again,
I'm gonna feel. Come tell you the honest truth. Whether I get to me, whether I get 20 years, well, not whether I get 20 years and 40 years.
Remember the restriction, Kimmy. Remember the restriction.
All right, yeah, man. Well, I know whether I get 50 years. When I get 50 years, I know my mother, death will not go like that. I'm gonna spend our $50 million. I'm gonna spend just to get rid of all my family. Then, yeah, that's the truth. That's how I feel.
Hold on. And again, emotions over what is right. Our emotions over, because honestly, and again, as Travis said, me being a public figure, I can't act on my feelings, but honest to God, I'm a feelings me I act on, to be honest. However, he said there was an altercation. The family said there were scratches on her arms when they identified the body or when they saw the body. So what to say, there was not really an altercation for true. The child also said that there was an altercation. He heard his parents arguing the night before this happened. So all of that, yes. Miss Thompson, me still not like you. Cause me just feel like you shouldn't do it. Like that's just me. And maybe when I go to bed tonight and sleep on it, me might feel different tomorrow, Bloom. But for right now, me not like her. Yes, she's doing good. A lot of cases, a lot of big cases are on her table right now. Yes, I agree. A lot of comrades are in front of her eyes right now. Agree. However, I just believe Omalo and Travi that I don't know, maybe because I'm a mother and me I look on the picnic them I go grow up without the father, the mother I should say, or maybe because I'm a female, why I think that she should have probably stood her ground. You are right, and I'm also right. The two part. Barry is also right in how he feels, because again, a mother is no longer with her children, and this is by the hands of her husband. Right? I believe she failed in that sense. But your point that you just made, Omalo and you, makes sense too. Right? That's how we have opinions and a difference in opinions, ladies and gentlemen. At this point though, do you think, Omalo and Travi, that even though we don't have the case file in front of our eyes, I want to know what did that go on because it was a close court. Do you think that there was evidence to prove and unaliving, in not manslaughter, but unaliving? He premeditated it. Do you think there is cases to prove, there's a case to prove premeditation of this crime? Based on everything that happened after the cleanup, the this, the that, do you think? I believe it was premeditated, Omalo.
I don't know how to answer that, Kimmy, because I really, at the same time, I would just be speculating. I don't have the evidence in front of me and stuff like that. I don't know what the case, that the prosecutor was going to put on and stuff like that. So I just, really and truly, for conversational sake, I know we want to converse and stuff like this, but really and truly, I really can't speculate on that. You know, one thing I'll ask you though, Kim, I'll ask you, and I know you don't have control over people, but please, when people come on your platform and addressing other people, tell them, say, don't make it personal, yeah? Just reason as to what in front of them. Because nobody is going to disrespect nobody. And before me disrespect anybody or get personal, me go just come down because I'm not argue over phone.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Do you think it was premeditated? I don't know. I believe it was. Again, all of what is in front of us. The interview after. The interview, hold on. Remember, you have a noisy background. The interview after was so sympathetic. She passed away in her sleep. I don't know what happened. All of that was on the table in Amalo. All of that was there. She passed away, but then the cleanup crew, and although we are here, so all of this happened, then Mark Golding come out and say she passed away peacefully. Peacefully is the word in a sentence, the key word in a sentence that we can look at. And it's Twitter, right? And it's Twitter, he said it, and then 72 hours, the post was taken down after Twitter. Then there comes, I don't know, I'm talking about the passed away part. How do we know that really and truly, him never really sit down and plan it out? If the court is saying that you can see that the room was freshly renovated. Though that part of it is not hearsay. It did come out that the place was freshly renovated. The bed looked brand new. All of that came out, so that's not hearsay. That is on the media. That was on the media. How long after did he get charged? It's not like him did get charged 2 days after it. No. It took a while for him to get charged. Remember, said it was mere minutes before her cremation when the autopsy was done to find out what really happened. But where did the shots go? Because the families say they did not see anything on her body except for the scratches. So how do we prove premeditated? So maybe why she made the decision is that there's no way to prove that it was premeditated. So yeah, we're going to give him a lesser charge. The ball is in the hands of the judge now to say, God jail for your life, brother. Just go calm scene and one corner around this one and one part. Don't drop the soap. You know? All of these things. So how we supposed to feel? So that's why a lot of persons are saying she should not have accepted the plea deal. Because too many persons' name would have been called is the question. I don't know. Would there be names that we ourselves would have shocked for ear? What led her decision, ladies and gentlemen? The case file, whatever is in there, whatever testimony the child gave, whatever he said, whatever the family said. I think her sister did said that they have been having constant issues and they were doing marriage counseling. She said that in an interview, one of Mrs. Silvera's sister. Another one stated that it was because of money. Another one said there was so many hearsay out there on the media as it relates to this young lady's death. She was what, 40-something when him unalive her. She was young. She was still in her prime. Her kids was young too. Her kids was also young. So the emotional part of it that I have is she lost, the kids are losing out, Travi. There is no mother, and mentally it's going to have a toll on them, Amalo. Mentally. Their father is going to be known for the man who unalive his wife. And the DPP is going to be known for the woman who make him get away. Let's think about it.
Kimmy, what do you mean in getaway? What do you mean?
Because we don't know, all right, speculation. We don't know what the judge will say. Chavi, let's be honest for real. If him get free.
Hold on. Let's really be honest, because the type of honesty we are come with is flawed. You stated just now, so we don't know what the judge are gonna do. But you are willing to make a declaration, say the woman are gonna know to be the one for making getaway. Those two things can't go together.
It just might happen.
Those two things can't go together, Kim.
It might happen, Chavi. It can happen.
You're feeling. Come on, Kimmy. Facts. Logics we are working. Logic we are going to work with, and facts. And Kimmy, you have to be fair. You cannot give other people the benefit of the doubt and say they need to be proven as such. But this person, you cannot give them the benefit of the doubt. Why? Why you can't give other people the benefit of the doubt or give them the right to be innocent until proven guilty? Or you left it because you don't know. The Dennis Garden case, okay, but we left it because the investigation on it and we don't know. But this one right here, you're making a declaration. Put up a lady picture and say that is going to be known for him to get away. Kimmy, who's the attorney of record for the case?
Mr. Guys, you can't call him name good, man.
Not on his side. Me attack on the Crown side, the DPP side. Who's the attorney of record?
Me no know. Hi, Verona. Chat power tap.
Me attack about.
Yeah, but the attorney on the DPP side, they don't talk, Travi.
Hear me say, Kim. Tell me.
Hold on. I'm drink look water and come out of my woman feeling for a bit. Thank you, Verona. Jesus, nothing noise. Me get a kitten trap my kittenable. You see that? Kimmy's have a good influence. Thank you, Verona. Back to it.
Let me ask you, what piece of evidence, whether you hear about, know about, or think there is, that the prosecutor have to dispute? That's for your birthday. That dispute what Mr. Silvera said, what he had admitted to. What evidence they have that can dispute that?
He don't really have much.
They don't have none at all.
He don't have none. Really and truly, he don't really have much.
So let me ask you this question, Kimmy. You'd rather them reject this form of conviction because he's still convicted in it. When you convict for murder or manslaughter, it is a conviction and he will be serving time. So when me ask you, you'd rather then go for the murder charge and lose the case? You'd feel better if the prosecution go up on the murder charge and lose the case?
Let me tell you what I feel. And let me not talk about me here, but the family here. I feel the family would have rather bat to the end. Chat one more galaxy to the live goal. No, that's what I said, feeling, because something come out in the beginning of this morning and said they're disappointed with it. You want me to look for the article and read it to you?
We have the operator.
Chabi?
We have the operator of facts. It is quite.
It come out in the green. Well, I'm gonna go on my Instagram. Thank God for 2 devices. One live goal left chat, power tap. Put some effort.
This one, let me pick up for the man. To me, this is all like the leader getting justice.
All right, so 21 minutes ago on Nationwide, the headline says, prosecutor revealed Melissa Silvera's children found her lifeless body. That was 21 minutes ago. Let me read. The Office of the DPP of Public Prosecution has detailed the facts of Silvera case. According to the DPP, sometime after 10:30 p.m. on November 10, 2023, Julian Silvera told his wife Melissa and children that they was leaving to attend a meeting and would return the following day. Melissa told him he would not leave and an argument excuse. This according to the statement of the 2 children, and they say the adults were swearing at each other, and then Silvera left. It continues to say sometime before 6 a.m. on the following day, November 11, one of the children was 10-year-old at the time, went into the parents' bedroom and found his mother's lifeless body on the floor next to their bed. You want to read it to us? You want to send it to me? All right, so this is the press release. What I don't know, it says full text DPP explain how provocation changed Silvera's murder case to manslaughter. Is that what you're talking? All right, so the full text explain, power tap chart, one live goal left. This is here. It says there's no evidence in the prosecution possession that can speak to to what occurred at the residence when Silvera shot and unalived his wife, Melissa.
Stop right there, sir. Stop right there, sir. No evidence. When you take that part into account, they don't have no evidence to prove otherwise. No evidence they don't have. Read again.
Hold on. I'm gonna open the phone. I'm gonna change my backdrop. I don't want you to come from me now, Chavi. Yeah. Thank you. All right, here we go. He said the prosecution would not have been able to evidentially disprove the partial defense of prosecution Ray Silvera. So they wouldn't have any evidence, chat. So the prosecution would not have been able to evidentially disprove the partial defense of provocation raised by Silvera. Power tap. Continue, Chavi.
Explain that to people because people are going to ask, what happened to the bullets? What happened to the rain? The man admitting to discharging the pew in the direction of the woman. And he says that was done because she provoked him. Right? That put a frustration in it, and he never did that with intention to analyze her. That is why I'm put before the court. So the complexion of the case changed now because the prosecution will have to prove that is not the case, and they cannot then declare from the beginning then have evidence to talk about what happened.
Let me say something. Let me add to something you're saying, Travis, because it is you know, I'm just going to repeat what Travis said. Yeah. They can prove that he done whatever that happened. They can prove that. But what they cannot prove is that they have no evidence to show that wasn't the case of provocation, and that's what lead to what he have done. Because even the kids' really statement gave argument to that there was an argument. So from the argument, there maybe could have been provocation. How does the prosecutor go against the kids? What the kids' statement? Kim, how does the prosecutor go against the children's statement, Kim?
Well, they can't actually.
So his case is set for manslaughter. You know what his defense team is going to come in court? His defense team is going to come into court to prove that it is manslaughter. That's what his defense team is not coming to court to say that he didn't do it. His defense team is coming to court to prove that it is manslaughter. The prosecutor have no evidence to say otherwise.
So it continues to say, based on Silvera's provocation defense, the court would have the duty to direct jury on that defense, and it could have the effect of reducing murder to man. Basically what Amala just said. Power tap chat. So,
well, I must make a distinction here because a lot of people is thinking that manslaughter, if you have heard said it, manslaughter is him getting away. The minimum sentence for manslaughter is 15 years. The minimum for the other one, the first charge, is 21 years. So, with the manslaughter and the PQ being used unlawfully, who's to tell someone to get 20 years up to life, as well as he can get a simple sentence of 5 years?
Alone carry 15. Yeah, but you know there is something that I want to raise. There is something that I want to raise that I think would stretch the discussion broader and put something out there in public sphere where the officials in this country need to think about it. Yeah, and I'm going to raise it every platform I get to go on. I need to raise it. There was something happening in cartel case where I think when the police went to the house, they leave the house, but there was a lot of changes happening inside of the house and stuff like this. Yeah. The same thing happened at Silvera house. The thing where if the investigation is not over, nobody's supposed to be inside that house. The house supposed to be cordoned off until the investigation is completed and then handed over. But you cannot have an investigation going on and you're leaving the house for people to tamper with the evidence and then saying that you go back there and things change. That is just unacceptable in the JCF right at this moment. The JCF needs to address that. That is a big issue and it needs to be addressed.
Jimmy, can somebody ask in the chat, are you saying anybody can walk free with provocation? He's not walking free. Secondly, if you go claim provocation, they must be unable to prove that. They must not have the proof otherwise, because he's not just claiming provocation randomly. They can't prove otherwise. That we need to get. We need to understand it. And another thing again, this is how the law works. This is how the game play. I'm playing. It's that simple.
What say you?
I have a question for Omala. Hey guys, Kimmy. Me and Travis come here now because I like you, like me saying in the chat.
Hey, forward up. May I get made live a freeze? One F1 chat. Yeah, they're gonna some rose. Forward up. One now, DP.
Me and Travis come here because I like you. I mean, now you sound like the other one them.
Yeah.
So no, you're bright and intelligent, so we can't have you sound like the other people them where I chat foolishness. Because you're bright and intelligent, good girl. Omalo, you said the police shouldn't do what and what about the JCF? Come on, respond directly to yourself.
Repeat yourself.
What did you say about the police and the JCF need for something? I can't quote it because I want to respond, but I just repeat it.
The JCF need to stop leave scene of crime where the investigation is not completely completed. Yeah? Where people can go and tamper with it. And then they come after thinking they can investigate the scene which is already tampered with.
All right, let me ask you based on what you just said. The police, the first responder, what was the nature of the call or his responding?
What? You got specific to this incident?
You never said something about the police on the scene specific to this incident.
What I said, and that is what took place. The police leave the scene unprotected.
And that's what I'm asking you. What call did he get? What was the nature of the call? So Kimmy, all right, cool, thanks. Let me talk to Kimmy. Kimmy, here, this is what I'm saying. That officer, which people are trying, did a bash, and if you listen to Bailey, him tell you straight up. Right now, we have a case because of that officer. Right? The man said him get a call from his son, and he was trying to spin it like he knew nothing about the unaliving. And because his son called him and he come at the house the morning, and he come see his wife. So he made a call to the police station, which that was part of how the cover-up started. That officer was not called to a crime scene. He did not call to a murder. He did not call, he never get no information say shooting take place in the apartment. Right? So we can't say him do this and thing. That picture that he took, as the DPP said in our statement, he took a photo with his phone, his own Samsung phone, and he's the one that said, listen, me feel like say something right, we should get an autopsy on the body. So I'm trying to differentiate that this first officer, and I like say he got a call to say, the police station got a call to say, Melissa got shot. So we are responding to that. You get what I'm trying to say, Kimmy?
You said that word that DP, because them have banned my life from morning I've been
so get popo? Get pop or pop or whatever. But you get the point I'm trying to make?
From the live and come back. So just easy with that word.
Yeah, man. Sorry about that. So may I say, It's not like say the police, and this is a lot of dynamics to this case, and people are bashing the officer to say, oh, him left the crime scene, and him this and him that, and the PMP, them I blame him. Made up on life earlier, and him I say, when he was wrong, him shouldn't. The man said something did wrong, but he couldn't prove what was wrong. The next thing, days after the DPP said Silvera went back to the apartment, it's him not seen a fresh liquid from her body or nothing like that. But him just something tell him say something right. The next thing, and every police is an investigator. People need to learn what them are talking about. So if he got a call, and this is what I agree with Omalo, if he got a call that there was a pipe cause of analyzing, then he was supposed to secure the scene and then wait for an investigator to come process the crime scene. Am I making sense?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Kizzy said something in the comment. I don't know if Kizzy wants to back up what Omala said, because she said he was sloppy. So I could hear Kizzy point.
Just a minute. Go ahead. One of the things is that, you know, we think like, I don't understand. I'm not here to blame the police that went to that house. Because I spoke up and the police leaving the scene. The police came, take a pic. Police wasn't sure, and the police wasn't satisfied as to the cause given by the defendant. That means the police is to say, I will carry on my investigation. That means the investigation never closed. Based on that fact that the police said, I am not satisfied, then he should protect the scene. When ordinary police come to the scene, Kimmy, patrol come to the scene, then they call detectives and homicide to come there. It is the homicide position. If he is not, if the investigation is not closed, then the scene should be protected.
The part that you're missing, sir, the part that you're missing, and let me get personal. Kimmy, my grandmother passed couple years ago, right? 99 years old. She was living with one of my aunt, and I think she passed away in her sleep, right? My auntie called the police, them and then come. They not see nothing, well, look, whatever, then just hear, say whatever. Was that a crime scene in my grandmother's room?
Yes. No, but until they say it
Kimmy,
is by natural cause.
Let me repeat what I said a while ago, because you follow Omala and I say yes.
No.
My grandmother was 99 years old. She passed away in her sleep, right? My auntie, what she did, I caregiver, call the police, them and them call whatever. She then come and see my grandmother lie down in the bed. Them not see nothing looking, there's no strangle, nothing to look like a crime was committed. That police asked if she had any form of medical. Because remember, said they run out and say, they pronounce where she passed away from already, you know. To say aneurysm, whatever, blah, 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 whatever, you know. So they created that it was a natural cause. There's reports saying the party leader come out and say she passed away peaceful in her sleep. So I am saying that police officer, as much as there were evidence of liquid bodily, whatever, he's not an investigator. Him get a call, and again, let's put in power dynamics. This man was a legislator. This police could jump up and say, me.
That one life.
That he had doubts. So the moment you have a doubt in your mind, say, wait, this not look like an aneurysm. Something look fishy here, so you are supposed to report one, lack of the crimes, because you have a doubt, you know. So let's say him now says a crime scene, but him have a doubt. So you cordon off the area and call in other people who are more professional or who are more authorized to deal with. So investigators, the coroner, people like that. So not because he's not an investigator means that he does not have basic police training. Even if you are a traffic police and you go up on the side of the road and see one body and you say, wait, this not look like a just one accident. This body look like somebody stage the scene, put the body in the car, if it look like a crash. What are you supposed to do as a traffic officer?
Kimmy, so me that try to say something a while ago, which me think evade everybody. Wasn't this man a legislator? No power dynamics, no get play in this. Where is that police officer right now? I was told that he ended up left the force. Where is that police officer? I am saying, that is what I'm saying, the power dynamics. This wasn't a normal citizen. They didn't know what they were doing, and they tried to draw in. But what I'm saying is, Prezi, they're blaming the only person who caused us to have a case right now and having these people don't get away with it, because at the set out, it started out as a cover. The unaliving of this woman started out as a cover. We have to accept that. The only, because me here say yes. No. I am saying, Prezi, the police should not get no blame because I him make we have a case today.
DP, I've been here. I've been here and I've been waiting.
More land still.
I've been here and I've been waiting. Can I please speak?
Can I learn?
Can you fill on DP?
Because I keep on getting cutting off.
Right, make your land.
It's all right. Give me a can drop me, because I'm not cussing nobody today.
Where you go? Land the plane, friend.
I'm good, man.
Come now.
Mr. I'm good, Kimmy. I heal. I'll come in back. I heal.
Okay, go ahead, Kizzy. Why you said the police was sloppy? Because you're clearly not agreeing.
I think you need to read into the press release some more so people can have context of what happened. There's a particular part of the press release that I want to get to where she was discovered in the morning by one of her sons and what happened after. Really to get to that.
Yeah, but only I get the bits and pieces of the press release on my social media.
Give me, you don't have the whole thing?
No, send it to me, please.
Text me on WhatsApp. Messing it. It's one full statement. I mean,
all right. So Kizzy, me going to you can send me a text up on my other number so I can read it from my other phone, please.
Look here, one, Mama.
Oh, you can send it to my stop data.
Look here. All right. First of all, I did not hear what Omalu said. I did not hear his thing, and originally, yes, everybody's praising the actions took by this police officer, and I do too give him credit, right, that we have a case and that this cover-up was not, that it was uncovered. But fact of the matter is, regardless, you go to training school, you're a police officer. It doesn't matter what the call say. You come now. People can call and say anything to the police, right? But you come now as a professional who comes in your capacity to serve and protect. You have to approach everything from a neutral standpoint, and now your training should kick in, right? The minute you go there and something is out of place, yeah? First of all, I don't understand how only one police respond to any call, because I've never seen that in all my years in Jamaica. Police works in pairs. It's always two. Unless them depend on a personal movement, they might drive past and see something and intervene or whatever. But generally, two people, police officers, work in pairs all over the world, right? So him come and something is out of place. He took a picture and he was told that she had no history of illness or whatever. So yeah, okay, he called the funeral home. Why did he leave? Why didn't he call for backup? Why didn't he call for strength to help him secure the scene properly? He was sloppy in his duties. He was. He made a right call in some instance, but in another instance, he failed the victim. And this is why right now we have this situation. Imagine after they removed the body, the police did not go back until the 16th of December to visit a crime scene that happened from the 11th of November. That is more than enough time that Silvera could change out tiling and all of these things, paint house. I mean, this is solely based on the police officer's sloppy work. And that is undeniable.
And just a minute, and that is what I'm bringing forward, because it happened. It also happened in Cartel's case, and we don't know which other case it happened to, because we don't get all the cases and the high profile list of cases and stuff like this. We went to Cartel house, they did some investigation, and when they went back to follow up investigation, the place was carpet remove and all different type of things. You can't do investigation like that. We are not here blaming the police. We are saying we want our system to be better.
Hold on. Carpet was replaced at Cartel house?
Remove.
No, the house was burnt, sir. There was a fire.
Carpet wasn't removed?
See, anyway.
Well, clear the whole lot. But that's not even what I want to speak to. I want to agree with Izzy and some of what he said. I believe the police that responded to the scene derelicted their duty. They were lackluster. For one, because I don't understand. My grandmother was 97 years old when she passed at home in her bed. I don't ever want police come. Because we had was to before the home can remove her back. So that's why it is crazy. And if you have a whim or a suspicion of something, you are a police officer and you're on a scene to investigate.
So Travi, was that a crime scene and them say it carded off and nobody can go in the room till whenever else? With your grandmother, did they treat the area where they see her as a crime scene and card it off and say you can't go in there or nothing?
Yes, they had to do their investigation.
My grandfather died at home. My grandfather died at home at 68, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. And my grandfather's house, because we lived in this on the same land, but my grandfather had his own house on the land. And the morning when the doctor came, after my grandfather passed away, the doctor came to pronounce him. The police was there, and we were told not to enter the house. It was cordoned off. After the morgue come and remove the body, we did not go into that house until everything was cleared and we had the death certificate. We were not allowed inside. That is the history of me know, and that happened when I was 15 years of age. Long time, I know today. So this procedure, like when somebody and my grandfather was sick.
We are saying the scene does not need to be deemed a crime scene for it to have certain standard operating procedures. So even if somebody dies naturally and the police and the current come, you can't in there roll upon the body and have the body by your head top. Oh, my granny dead. Oh, you cannot do those things.
I need to add something to what based on Kizzy's argument, because the officer had our officers derelict their duty, and it is true. No,
it was dereliction, Chavi.
Hold on. What's up, Chad? What Kizzy said that was 15 years ago. My grandmother died 2 years ago. Let me give you even more context. She ailed for 11 months. That means she was on her bed for 11 months. And you know what happened? She started to become soft. And when my aunt was moving her to tidy her, she hold her hand too tight and the car's bruised. And they took pictures of that. We had words to give statement in regards to the simple bruise on her hand.
I try to make a point on all me, but Kimmy, me have a question. At one point, did the doctor pronounce her? At what point did the doctor pronounce her unalive?
The doctor never did.
Yeah, man, there was a doctor that pronounced her unalive.
Okay.
After 2 weeks after.
DP, where is the information
Hold
to
on,
that?
hold on. The doctor pronounced her unalive 2 weeks
DP,
after.
and DP, you need to stop a debate like so where you over your war. Your statements, the man where you behave, it not necessary, man. Chill, brother.
Me no know what I
Chill,
said.
man.
I asked a question. My
Right.
question was at what point? At
How
what
we know?
point?
How we know?
So
How we
hold
know?
on. So hold on.
Based
So
on the statement, based on the
Kimmy,
statement that was based on the
Kimmy.
statement that was sent out,
You know,
based on the
say
statement that was sent out by the DPP, right? They mentioned nothing about any doctor. They mentioned the children finding the body. They mentioned the first responder, right? So when Silvera himself turned up at the scene, even though they did not give us a timeline, and then they spoke about the Tranquility Mag who come. Them no mention no other, no neighbor, no gardener, no nanny, no nobody else was not mentioned.
Kimmy,
So
you know, your people are call for,
answer.
you know, your people are call for the doctor we pronounce her unalive.
Well, we get that, but that wasn't.
No, but DP, me understand what you say. Who says that she died from an aneurysm, so she could be released for burial because she has to be. There has to be a
reach the burial part.
for her to be.
Me talk about how she moved, go to the funeral home. There was a doctor that pronounced her unalive. And what me I hear?
Calm down, man. Can we not turn this into an argument?
Chat, well, guys, forward up. One at a time, guys, so we can learn. Kids, me send you the message. Good, cause we want to read it together. Go now, DP.
What I'm saying is that DP asked a very good question, because in the case of my grandmother, a doctor had to come and pass her before the funeral home could treat her, as well as the police had to come and do the investigation. So though we don't have the information from the person is given, he asked a valid question. The question is valid.
Question is valid because to be released to the funeral home, she has to be pronounced by
that's simple what I was trying to say. So again, I'm going to repeat it. I cannot sit here and agree that the police did something wrong, because I think power came to play. This man was a member of parliament. If Iraq, hold on, let me finish, please. Why would I know?
Something wrong.
No, he did nothing wrong. I am saying, based on what me hear, the hierarchy of the party was there. This is one little, maybe I want constable,
Yeah,
I don't know where rank and
why you
stuff.
come up with earse, DP? Why you want to include earse now? The facts
So not hear me earse was not hear me earse one doctor pronounced the body unalive. I hear me hear that.
Listen.
So
let me say
allow me to talk. Me
you
just go down in the comment and listen, because
go on, if go on DP, go on.
Anna your life, Anna your life, Anna your life.
So you keep on a check and say you want go, you want
Anna your life. I'm saying I'm being cut off, and that's not fair.
Me have an opinion.
It's not fair for you to cut me off.
Alright, Landy, make we hear
you don't necessary for you behave like that.
So, Kimmy, as me I say, the police officer, I am saying there was power at play, right? May I speculate now? This is one little police, this man, everybody knows, say, him a big PMP and there were other people there, right? Him go so boom and them say them call him because they were trying to make it seem like it was a natural pass away. Him never have nothing to say. Pai was involved. So he did not see to treat it as a crime scene. So everybody is saying should I call a crime scene investigator alone, investigate a crime scene. Yes? The doctor them come and pronounce her unalive, and even Bailey, Nationwide play a tip with him today. He was saying him here people are called for the doctor, but the doctor that pronounce her unalive and them do autopsy. Him just need to prove a medical practitioner just need to say this person is unalive, and then the next stage is to do what? Move the body to the funeral home, the morgue. That police say, listen, I something not right, whatever, let's do an autopsy. Again, this is hearsay. I heard that they wanted to do a cremation of the body even before funeral or not like that. And the reason why we have a case now is because that police says something to whosoever, and it was pressured, and we get an autopsy, and the autopsy showed that the cause of death was bullet wounds. I'm saying if it wasn't for this officer, the body would have been cremated and would have buried, and up to today, would have just hear some Melissa pass away peaceful in her sleep. That's all I'm saying.
That's not normal procedure in Jamaica anyways.
DP,
But
allegedly, the pressure is not to come from the police.
Prezi beg your attack, no please. Because he's either that is not the normal procedure in a Jamaica anyway. Once the person is not known to have any illnesses, right? The procedure is to do an autopsy. The husband can't just hard and say, oh, we'll cremate her, and they just go along with it. So especially since it is not known that she was suffering from any ailment because she's a young person. That is the procedure. Right. Secondly, DP beat up himself and a trace and I said with the police know this and the police know that. Two things may observe based on the statement prepared by the DP that we now have access to, right? Is the breakdown of the statement. It is not detailed. So other than the fact that I am saying that the police, and we are saying this no based on the statement provided from the DP office, is that they also sent out a statement when no make no sense. We're full of holes. None of us are legal minds, and we have 1,000 questions, right? Based on that very statement that they put out to somehow appease to the public or to explain their position as to why them accept this manslaughter plea. But the statement within itself makes no sense because they name the children as witnesses, right? And they are using the children's statement to say, this is what happened between our mom and dad. And then in one of their reasons why they're claiming not to accept the plea is the fact that they are saying that they don't know what happened and they don't have evidence to provide to say, this is what happened. But they took statements from the children. The statement also said that he left, although Silvera in his statement claimed that they were arguing and physical altercation, right? So they got physical and she said stuff about his mother, his sister, and the children, and that was the last straw. And that's when he used his gun in her direction. Now, at what point? The statement, all of that is missing, the timeline in the statement messed up. So I am also saying that not only maybe the police did a better job, but based on the statement that we, the public, have to work with now, it's lacking information. A lot of information is missing because if the children's statement say, oh, they were arguing around 10:30 and then daddy leave the house because the statement said he left. At what point? The statement does not say at what point did he return to commit that act. It only spoke about it jumped from he left to in the morning, sometime about 6 a.m. the children found the mother's body on the floor. Then Silvera said him find her body in a chair, right? Or the first responder said she was in a chair with her face leading towards the bed. It is just a lot of mix up, the statement itself. So even the DPP statement that they put out is found wanting. Too much hole in it. The story no flow. It no right. There's a lot of irregularities.
Kizzy, me can also positive
Kimmy.
Two things can be true.
I want to ask the panel if we want to dissect it as a panel together, so everybody can hear who don't have access to it, so we can read it together, of course, and talk about the flaws that are in there and what is right. So me started the platform to say I'm disappointed with her taking the plea deal. It's going different directions and I want us to continue. So I want Chavi, Amal, and everybody input, DP, you too, and say. So go ahead, Prezi, and then we can dissect it together.
So two things can be true at once, DP, because you are pushing the point that yes, it is based on the actions of this police that everybody is blaming that some action was taken, albeit much later. Yes, let us say that he did make a report or he did sound some alarm to some superior, anybody at all. that this happened. It does not negate the fact that he was also derelict in his duty. Because as I said, the standard procedure should be, you come on a crime scene, there is not a crime scene, and the unaliving of a person. You see any suspicion of that this is not what the person who is there, first to commence, as the Kizzy say, you go somewhere where this person is not elderly, has no pre-existing conditions of illness. This is a young person. This is a husband and a wife. If you know anything about crime or any type of situation like this, once you go them place your husband and wife, your eyebrows are raised. Because 95% of the time, it is the spouse or somebody close to the person who did something funny, even if it looked like something funny not happened. You understand? So we have to look on it from the angle there also that yes, him did do something right, but he was also derelict in his duty. And there's nothing wrong with that. Two things can be true at once.
Right. That is true. But would you think that he was probably told to shut up? He got intimidated, maybe them threatening him. Why would you think that because so many hierarchies was unseen, is like he got paid off to be quiet?
Kimmy, where is the evidence that so many hierarchies were unseen or where is it? Remember say a lot of that here, so we the public, we not have none of, we do not have that because that's not mentioned in the statement. And yes, all right, let me say why I'm sticking to the statement provided by the DPP office. Yeah, yesterday when we did not have this statement, there was a lot of speculation and we could talk about the allegations, right? Because we did not have anything to work with as facts. Today is a different day. Today, what we have as facts is what the DPP's office put out. So me personally, you know me already, Kim. I'm not interested for the rumors and all of this. Me can only argue from what we have as official access towards evidence where the justice system in Jamaica accept and where them put to us, the public. Me can't argue about nothing else. So everything else for me right now, even the things where we hear us, we have to disregard it because that we don't have the evidence to prove it. So and this is why I hate this.
Yeah. Agreed. So we're gonna start from top. Travi, Amal, Kizzy. Remember, uno teach me just the same one prezi. All of us are here. We are. Some of us are very disappointed. Some of us have reasons to be. But the question I'm gonna ask before we read, Kizzy, do you feel disappointed in the DPP decision based on the press release that you have read?
100%. I said it on other platforms. I would have preferred for the DPP's office, and because people all of a sudden everybody are separated. When it was Paula Llewellyn, everybody would say Paula Llewellyn. Nobody was talking about DPP office. All of a sudden now it is the office of the DPP. So me, I do like everybody else. I would have preferred if they had gone to trial and jury or judge make this find him not guilty. I would have preferred that any day over them accepting a plea and sort of giving, like, say, oh, this is an easy win because he plead guilty to a lesser charge. I would have preferred the DPP to stand their ground, reject this plea, and take Champagny and this man to court and let him prove the provocation and his innocence, so to speak. And the jury or the judge say, we found not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt or whatever. Let me cuss the jury. But I don't feel the DPP did a good job in agreeing to this plea just to secure a sentence. It stinks.
Prezi, how do you feel about it? Same question, basically. I'm not with it either. So, same question, Prezi.
The entire system has fumbled, as I said, from the night of the alleged unaliving, because I don't know, for some reason, no, I not even trust the timeline, but whatever happened from that night, the police, whosoever pronounced her dead, whosoever released the body to be buried, because all those things have to be taken into consideration. And there has to be a very wide net of collusion for all these things to happen. For this woman to have been placed in a coffin at a funeral, it's not just it's not just, oh, she dead tonight and she got her funeral. There's steps to be followed, even if somebody dies naturally, as we've been saying. So and then now it comes to, yes, he's charged because of whosoever sound the alarm. The DPP office has also fumbled the play, because to give this man a charge of manslaughter, I must agree with Kizzy. I would have been more comfortable and confident in the justice system if we brought him to trial, and a member and members of his peers, a jury would have said to us, based on the evidence that we see, there's not reason beyond a shadow of a doubt that he's guilty, and so we will let him go. We'll make, as Kizzy said, we cost the jury. You understand? But at least we would have gotten a trial in front of his peers, and we could say that there's no political interference, there's no power dynamic at play, things like that. So that's just my take on it. I do not know all the particulars, as I have said before. Maybe it is that in the plea deal, they have said to Joyland, we will give you this, because this is how a plea works, and then you can give up so and so, so and so. So who helped you? Who helped you to clean up the house after the fact? Who did you call? Who did this? Who did you pay, if you did pay, etc., etc. So let us see as it progresses what happens.
All right, so it says, again, me, myself, as a person, as a female, I'm not happy with the DPP accepting the charge, accepting the plea deal. I am not happy with it. I am completely against it, to be honest. I agree with Kizzy. I said it earlier. I believe would have feel better if we had bat. And the family as well would have felt better if it was a fight to the finish and it come out as not guilty. Them would have still feel better, because maybe they would feel justified. Right? That, okay, at least the justice system put up a fight. Right? But Chavi and other persons don't agree. Chavi? Power tap chat.
That felt better to have gone to court and lost. How do you know that?
Yeah, what I said? I believe if they listen, Chavi, if there was a case for us to see that them a fight for this man got jail, yeah. He might go there, we have fight for it. The family would have feel better. But the family feel like them can't be in. Welcome home.
Family would have
you're low, Chavi.
How do you know that? Chavi, we are
you're
not
low.
hearing.
You're very low, Chavi.
I'm saying, how do you know that the family would have felt better to have gone to trial and lost?
Because the family come out in the green and said they're not happy with it.
The family come out in the green and said that they're not happy with it? With the accepted...
There's a statement in the Gleaner stating the family is not happy that they accepted the verdict, the plea deal.
Yeah, there's a report, Travi. I don't know if you saw it. That her sister was crying that she was disappointed that they accepted the plea deal.
But that does not speak to them feeling better if they have gone to court and lost. That not say them.
But Travi, they still do not agree with the plea deal, and that's the point that we're making.
That wasn't my question, President. That was not my question. They understand all I wanna say.
But Travi, that question, there's no feeling better for the family. The man shoot the woman in her pum pum and give her 3 shots and she dead left her look pitney them. This woman lost her baby and I will say that.
Don't say shot. We get reported 3 times already. Don't say shot.
Okay, what am I use right there? So me no know. Right? So Chavi, there's no feeling better. There's no way that they would feel better, you know. What we're arguing here is the case of justice. They would have felt more justified.
That is not fact that she got whatever in her vagina though.
Felt more justified. I see him question. How do you know? How do you know? No.
We have the facts, so we don't have to work with your ear.
Wait.
Power top chat.
Now go to Kizzy. Kizzy, I ask you this favor. Can you read the press release as to where the bullets were?
I ready to read it, you know. She sent it to me. Kizzy, do you want to read it instead?
Okay, you have it. Go ahead and read the part that speaks to where she was shot or she received the wounds. Because you said
Travi, let me ask you a question. Yeah. All right. So it was reported originally. I guess that was on the assumption based on the picture that was taken because she was partly nude and all of that. Maybe that's where that story come from, right? But in the press release, it does not say exactly where she was shot. It spoke
Yes,
about
it does.
It does.
Hold on. Something about lower abdomen in her leg.
It speaks to one being in the thigh and the other two being in the abdomen.
Left and right.
So abdomen and leg. But one of them was an exit wound. Look here. Let me pull up this. Let me pull up this.
Yes. Read it, please. You can read it.
I might be misunderstanding, so please read it to me.
Yes, please. Guys, while we're doing that, I have one galaxy to my life goal, and please keep tapping. I don't want no more restriction over here. Thanks.
While Kizzy is doing that, I hope you can hear me. Let me state my position on the whole matter. I am disappointed in how the case played out. And I say that because when you look into the investigative side, as in the first person who was on the case, that responded, it started right there. Started right there. The disappointment started right there. The end goal and outcome, I can't give you a definitive position until after the judge ruling. But so far, with the evidence that has been produced and my understanding of the case, I am not upset with how it worked out because our feelings cannot go to court. Our feelings cannot be used as evidence in the court of law. So regardless of how we feel, think, or even hearsay, the court of law consider the facts of the case. And when we consider the facts of the case, there was no other outcome. Kimmy, me ask you to read the press release and you started off. There's no...
Yeah, we're going to start. So more until you tell me when you're ready.
No evidence. Them say me not show no empathy to the family. Wow.
Who said that?
To the family.
Travi, I have a question for you and the panel and the rest of the panel.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with this Well, you know, maybe that didn't make no sense because based on what you just said a while ago, obviously you are satisfied. But are you satisfied with this statement that was prepared by the DPP's office? Breaking down what happened, where they wrote in the interest, and I'm not talking about the rest of the page. I am talking about at the part where it starts to say, in the interest of justice and transparency, we have outlined the facts as constituted on the case file, and then they have in bold facts, and then they got, do you, Travi, and everybody else on this panel accept that this is a proper detailed statement to explain all the facts of that night?
Again, Kizzy, you see, this is where the confusion is. There's a part of the statement that says they do not have any evidence that can speak to what happened on the night. Did you read that part?
That was what the DPP office explained why they accept But when you read, I am talking about that portion that they post for the public.
Just read from the top, Kizzy. Chat is asking us to read from the top.
Well on. Listen to me. Me, Kimmy, me no mind reading, but me not interested for read all up here. So from the statement as to the various charges and all of that. So if somebody else want to do that, that's okay. But I don't have a problem reading the part that they claim is for justice and transparency. I will read that part.
I'm going to read the first.
Kimmy. Yeah, hear me, Kimmy?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
I won't be able to talk for about 20 minutes, so I can answer your question and ask you a question.
Sure.
So I am comfortable and satisfied up to this point. Let me put you in a position. If you were the DPP, and based on the evidence in front of you and the facts of the case, you know that you could not prove murder, would you still want to go to trial?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I'm just saying yes, because again, I would be thinking that the family would have felt better to go to court, to go to a trial, to go to a trial. I believe, and again, we can't say we don't know, but to be honest, I believe the family would have feel better. Me know they're not gonna agree with me, but for sure.
Kimmy,
since the host alone we talk to, let me ask Kimmy the question.
Case, do you agree?
Thank you, Prezi.
That they went to trial with the Noel Maitland case and they got a conviction with less evidence? There's nobody. All know them
nobody, no murder weapon.
Where the truck driver same car.
Percy, why it went to trial?
No, nobody, no murder weapon.
Percy, why it went to trial?
Nothing. They don't know what kind of argument started.
Because
finished,
there was
beginning,
nothing. There was an assumption that a murder was committed.
No. He went to trial because this man was maintaining his innocence. If Noel had come out and plead guilty, he wouldn't have gone to trial. That's the only reason why I went to trial.
You can't say that.
But that is common sense. If you plead guilty, it doesn't go to
DP, even if me come up here and say, me and you in a one house one day, you know, you approach me did have one money for me, and you approach me, I'm shoot you and kill you because you approach me with a knife to thief my money. And we can't prove that there was no provocation.
Quote up your rhythm.
Yeah, me can't, you know, sorry, people, sorry, Kimmy, sorry, me can't remember about the code something. Yeah, so you approach me DP. Isn't it the responsibility of the prosecution, the DPP, to prove what I have said, whether it goes so or it not goes so, to prove, say, I was provoked by you, and this is based on the evidence that is given. You understand? For me, no DP, even if the man say, manslaughter, we can say manslaughter?
Yeah.
Even if the man say a manslaughter, looking at the evidence, his history, me would have say of irresponsibility based on the argument that him said them have, right? And all of the things that is proven that he did after. Because there's no question of the things that he did after. You changed the room totally and completely. You changed the bed. You collude with people to prove, say, this was not a murder or unalive in the case of murder. You go to the funeral, you brought ball eye water with your son in your lap and one beside of you. All of those things would point to what type of person are you? What type of intent did you have?
Percy, with all due respect, everything that happened before and after an event has nothing to do with whether it was a murder, yes or no.
As it relates to
No,
intent.
I disagree, DP. What are you saying? I disagree.
You can disagree, but a facts me just state a while ago. You
Good
can disagree
evening,
all you want.
afternoon. As it relates to intent, Prezi, the prosecution would have to prove intent, and based on the release by the DPP, she said she had no evidence or anything at all to prove that, and that is based, and that is why she accepted the manslaughter plea. Because remember, the lady is not there to tell her side of the story. It's just
so Philippian, even with intent, how would she have proven the intent? Certainly without the type of evidence, as we said, whether him did hire somebody before or buy the things before, all of those things. Generally, in a case of murder, intent is proven based also not only on hard physical evidence, but as I said, on how the person operates.
Yeah, but
So
maybe they
man
did all of that and they saw nothing.
So them still
right?
think it weak.
Yeah, them think say it weak. Them now get a conviction if they should go to murder or to, get him charged on murder. Not charged, but prosecuted.
Hold on, Philippian.
He would plead to the murder. He wasn't going to plead to the murder because there weren't enough evidence for the prosecution to find him.
That is why.
So
one Prezi, based on what you said just now, that intent can be proven based by how the person operates. Can you point out any operation or any behavior traits in this man that you believe is substantial evidence to go after him in that regard?
So there is, and I don't know if in the statement that Kizzy has, if it's in there, but apparently there was obviously issues in the marriage, which is not unique to their marriage, but there were issues in the marriage. I don't know if it's just based on what happened to the son in 2017. And when I think about his statement where he says he was going to leave to a meeting 10:30. When me think no, I think Travis asked the question. Nobody now got a meeting 10:30, so yeah, gibbon. So all of those things, when you think about if he was not being faithful in his marriage, there's this big issue of a child who was
itself is no action to show criminal intent.
Travis, in most cases where a spouse analyzes another spouse, what is the cause?
Most time is jealousy. Most time is jealousy. But I want to ask a
jealousy
question.
or infidelity.
Let me ask a question. Are we saying that at no time the DPP, the prosecutors, they couldn't have asked if she was dead before he left the house? Not even that. Because if you never have no intent, you were provoked, so provoked that you discharge your firearm, not once, not twice, but 3 times. At no point in time, you did not even think afterwards, say, when you left the house, you want to tell me, say, you have to wait on your children to find the body, to call you back to the house, for you then to come back to realize. It is just crazy that if you did not intend on killing someone in the heat of anger, you at no point in time you don't try for resuscitate or you know try nothing, call the doctor, call ambulance, do not pick her up, try to carry her to the hospital, nothing.
So for me, that speak to intent, Kizzy. What kind of mindset?
But you know what the defense would come and say? The defense could plead some kind of temporary insanity and anger and rage, right? The defense can come back. You have to look on it the two way. I understand about firing the firearm not once, but thrice, right? So you have to reason from the defense perspective as well.
Philippians, if you were so enraged, you were so mad, you were so, out of it then, right? How could you then make phone calls to cover up?
He
all
panicked.
of your phone calls that were made
All right, me not
your
pick up
crime.
female, but
No,
me
man,
tell
no,
you,
no pick up.
me not pick up female.
We argue the case. So me I
Yeah,
say, if you as
but me I
defense
say
come with
there is
that-
also.
Can I say so?
Me say, you know, when somebody shocked, when them do something, they start to panic, right? So they might do foolishness and they might call and them panic, flight and fight, hormone, rage and all of that. So that might trigger and him start clean up and ask for help.
Got to go.
Well,
Hi guys. Me feel say.
Let me ask one question. But something. Guys, hold on, because we're gonna do two things. We understand the discussion is deep, right? We're gonna do because I have Kizzy, I have Peter, I have so many great minds, Prezi, Philippi, and Flowers, everybody on the live right now. We're going to read the press release together. We're gonna dissect it, see what is there. The part them where Kizzy don't want to read, I'll read them and she'll read the rest. Right? However,
Tim, I gotta go. So let me say something before I go. You said the prosecutor prosecute based on the evidence brought to the prosecutor. Yeah? And this is why I said what I said at first, where I'm just asking our police them to clean up the things that they're doing when they go on an investigation, when they go on a crime scene. Yeah? It is the police when bring the evidence as to where what they did their investigation. Maybe they investigate, say it is based on money problem, maybe it is based on this. So the police find the intent, bring it to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor prosecute it. The prosecutor said they have none of that. So what they have was to do what best they have in their hand, because it is not the prosecutor go out and find the intent, but it's the police that bring these things to them.
I think the reason why people are come down hard on the police, you see, the case was being tried in the court of public opinion, and too many people had too many different versions of the story. At one point you hear say Maggie police money. At one point you hear this and you hear that. I think that's what happened. Remember say me that run on social media say archers of our body. When we come now, we can learn say a tranquility of our body. There's nothing about archers. So there is just so much propaganda, so much misinformation about this case that it mess we up to when we are trying to dissect and when we are trying to analyze it. Me personally believe say it was a fit of rage. Yes, they might have problems and stuff like that. But you see, if he did a plan for like analyze her, he would have do it the right way. In the sense that he never have to necessarily put himself through a trouble if he go use fee pie, right? Me feel say if he did a plan for like get rid of her, dash her away, he would have find other ways and other methods and means to do it. What happened, what me feel is that him and her catch up. Yes, they might have catch up. Something go down and a fit of rage and you know, whatever she did him and in dry it and ting it pan her, right? You see, after I'm done, he left the yard. And you see when he left the yard, he knows that she unalive now, but he might look at alibi now to figure out when he can go about this and go around it. It's when you read this, something I go say, after the pitney then call him. But him wicked too, you know, because you see, after all of that, him take the pitney them, he make the pitney them stay in the house with the unalive woman the whole night. You understand?
I point exactly, Petal.
Them the pitney they traumatize you in their life, you know.
That's why I get charged
and
for
one, a two. And he go about in business, but while he go about in business, you know, no feel no way. I call up him people them if you can't help him now if you figure out how to cover this up. That's why and then if you when you not read it and I go see when the pitney them talk to the police, them said this how them find their mother in our nightgown, stain, whatever not, blah blah blah. But when the police account of it, him not mention nothing about that. Him say him go see him see her in our upright position, right? And describe nothing about her clothing. So by the time he call the police to come up there, she done redress and everything already. But also, the person who in call for buy the mattress, right? That the person there never asked him the Me not 100% sure, but me feel say the next woman beat and call.
The newspaper based on the reports from the DPP says that he called a sitting VP of the People's National Party.
I wanted that woman beater thing call. So me want to know why the woman beater they never say something.
Give me a moderator over here.
I'm gonna make a recommendation.
8761 mute.
Him calling that woman beater. And you see that woman beater there? Him decided to keep that information there to himself. Because if she even unalive in her bed, right? Where you change the mattress for if something not if the mattress not file up? What was it? What was the urgency if you change the mattress? And him had that information and him never forward that information to the police because they might try to save them party. At the end of the day, anything to save them party. And this man could have get away with unaliving somebody. You understand me? Because everybody I say something about the police now, but just think about it. The police go up there. You have DAS, you have this person, you have that the person there. He was outnumbered by them.
So all them people that did up there?
DAS admitted and Cliff said he was there.
God.
Was he there before the police?
Said the woman where named there. Him.
What's the you chaps?
I don't know if he was there with the police, but
was he there before or after?
I don't know.
Was he there?
I don't know the sequence of events. But what I'm saying,
Doctor said
but Petal.
Me never hear doctor said I did blogger them me here with it. I blogger them here with it.
We just said as a doctor. Me just said as is a doctor.
Hold on,
we are talking. One more galaxy to the left.
Hold on,
minutes left.
All the chopper. Me say something. Let me tell you something. All right. So as a healthcare provider, me can tell you this. Sometime with the another hospital, and you see some sick patient and you think so them are gonna drop out, and then not do them, and then you just see somebody who you did just see a while ago walk, you see them collapse and then drop out, right? While we didn't know and we are trying to figure out what happened, we are gonna hear somebody say, "Oh, I wonder if it was a massive MI. Oh, I wonder if it was an aneurysm. Oh, I wonder if..." So people are going to speculate and people are going to say, "I wonder this and I wonder that." The true cause of death now going to be determined until the person do the postmortem, right? So upon the scene, just imagine the chaos and the pandemonium were going, where this person want to go look another person, and them are going to talk to send out mixed messages and give them people talking points and something. Oh, say it look like our aneurysm. Oh, so I think that's where the whole aneurysm argument come from.
Maternal child to West 528 code pink maternal child birthing
speculation to that.
West.
Hold on there.
Yeah, you can.
Hello.
Guys, no. Hold on. We're not gonna know it. Take the report and make work with where we.
Me just sorry guys. Me just suspect. Me never hear where Prezi asked me a while ago.
Me say if somebody get 3 shot, right? As a person who is in the medical field, me ask the question. Yeah. If somebody get 3 shot, I see somebody typing in the comments. Nobody saw the bullet holes, but there are indicators to if somebody is shot or if it's just an aneurysm.
Where
You
we go?
understand me?
Who look
Or
at
what them do,
who go say them look?
to
No, Prezi, you hear me I say? Who I go confirm and say yes, me look on when you know deep down exactly what happened, right? Who I go confirm and say, me did look on the body and see them three all there. Who I go tell you say you did see it? Because realistically, no, when you go, all right, somebody collapse in front of me. The first thing me I go say if they have any vital signs, if they have any pulse. So me I go check. And they have a faint pulse or they don't have no pulse, me I go start CPR. Right? You as a healthcare provider now, you go on the scene and you see her lifeless and you ask him, say, when last you see her alive? Him I go say when. What time the boy then call you? Him I go say what time the boy then call him. When you check, yes, he say she not have no pulse. Yes, he say she cool. Yes, it's because by that time rigor mortis setting it look like she dropped out from 10 o'clock the night before. So by 6, 7 o'clock a morning now, that a person they are tiptoeing somebody. Right? So once you go
1 minute better. At what point?
Right, but no, me I said the kids there's something. There's something where them are gonna read. Prezi, something where them are gonna read. It I got said or they put in them statements them that argue and then him leave. At
that point you leave the wife alive. You leave her alive. So at what point she died? At what point
that me a speculate?
Because if you did it in an argument and you're in a rage, remember you left the house while she was alive. That means you go calm down and come back.
So that means to say two different story him have then. Him have two different story because remember him first story say I know him do it. So him a go first I pretend say him did left her alive, but now after him confess to the something you know, him basically I say, all right, after them I argue him do it or during the argument him do it. So two different accounts.
He must say petal when him come back. I don't know what he must say, but this is what I'm speculating. Because the children did not state that they heard gunshots, because they heard them arguing, he left. That's what the statement says from the children. I believe he left because remember him saying at the statement though that he told her that he was going to a meeting, and that's how them start to argue and there was a confrontation. So me I say as a woman, the whole away who they are as females. My man come and I say, him a gonna meet in 10 at 10:30. No, dirty man, you're not gonna meet now, your girl yard you go. And we start for quarrel.
Cause it weekend, a weekend too, you know.
Remember me, they want me no Kimmy. I wait for the dirty boy come back home, I'm not sleep, you know. Me not sleep, you know, come I probably I call him phone and I text down him phone and I say drunk bro. I say all of the things them about him mother, him sister, we are upset him cause I know when him come through the door, you know, she start the provocation, you know. Me just say we are think like, oh, we know how things go normally. If you've ever been in a relationship. So when the boy come through the door, we done acting.
What time now you think him come back?
Based on how dirty man operate, him go at about 10:30, him come back about 2:30, 3 o'clock. That are the normal hours the dirty man come in. Him come in now, she cuss him same way. And them get up in the argument and him say, me can't bother with the girl here, you know. So even yes for me in the spur of the moment, but that's why I say see the manslaughter it iffy for me because this is a continued argument, a continued confrontation. And I like with the woman, I would just start arguing him go pew pew.
But then the place in my seat, at the time the base my phone.
Media or just the fun tea time? Alright, chat. Hold on, guys. Make us work with what is out there.
Hold on, see Chopper come back here.
Chopper, the question on the table before we start with the press release. Do you agree with
why you can't take holy?
Do you agree with the DPP accepting the manslaughter plea and why?
100% in agreement.
Okay.
First of all, I have
a lot of confidence in the DPP and its ability to make a good determination based on the evidence provided to them.
Right.
And I have that opinion. I share that opinion before the press release from them outlining what caused them to take that decision. No, and even after looking at what they have outlined, it strengthened my position because it is not an easy call. You see the same people who used to get up on social media and traditional media and at the coffee table and at the water fountain and backyard talking about this case. It is the same people who would have taken the DPP to the cleaners had they gone to trial and was unable to prove without the shadow of a doubt that this guy was guilty of murder. Right? Because the possibility exists that he could have been acquitted. To prove murder, you need to prove it 100%. 100%. There cannot be any doubt. Because if there is doubt, it goes to the accused.
Right.
So when something like this presents itself to you, where he agrees that he's going to take a plea of manslaughter, how far away is manslaughter from actual murder when you plug in the illegal possession of a firearm into the case?
Is it illegal though?
It is illegal once it appears in the commission of a crime. It becomes an illegal gun. If I have a licensed firearm and I commit a crime in possession of actually using that firearm, it becomes an illegal firearm.
Right.
So you have an automatic 15 to 20 years for that alone. And then the manslaughter has a maximum of 30 years life imprisonment. Maximum. And a minimum of, let's say, 15, could be 7. If you get a discount for cooperating and for not wasting the court time, you might get a 50%. You might get 7. There's no reduction on the gun possession. The gun possession is a minimum 15 years. So the prosecution already have 15 years in the bag given to them. Them not have to fight for it, because if you couldn't prove him guilty for murder, it means him going to walk with the firearm to you. You know that, right?
Right.
If you go to trial and you're not able to prove him guilty, he's going to walk free and you have to give back him gun and him good to go. In this instance, the only thing you lose is the fact that you were not able to get the judge to sentence him to 40 years or 50 years minimum for murder. But you're ending up with at least, I would want to say 22 years. I would want to say about 22 years. With and if I'm okay with that?
Extremely noisy. You're okay with that?
Yeah, I don't. Huh?
Versus the children not having their mom for the rest of their lives?
Well, the children don't have their father either for another 20 years. The mom is not more important. Yeah, but hold on a second. There is something that the father
did not consider the children at no point.
There is something. Hold on. There is something that the father invoked in the conversation that you guys are not talking about. The gentleman said, "I was provoked." You can't rule that out, you know. If him tell the court, say, "I was provoked and I snapped and I took out my firearm and I pointed in her direction and I fired it 3 times, but I did not intend to kill her." There's nothing you and I can say about it. The only thing you can use to counter that position is if you had somebody else there who can testify and say, "I saw you. You were not provoked."
Or if the deceased can come back from the grave and say, I did not provoke you.
You know,
If you don't have them two evidence there, somebody, an eyewitness who say, I saw you, it is his words against a dead person. Who you think the judge is going to believe?
you know, it's crazy.
The benefit of the doubt has to go with him, go to him. It is unfortunate, Kizzy, but it is just how
Chops,
it
why
is.
does the benefit of the doubt have to go to him? Please.
That's what law says. Law says. The law says.
It's really crazy how the men argue this.
It's not about men, because if you flip the script the other way around.
True.
No, if you flip,
God bless
Kizzy,
the
we're not supposed to.
argued from this point of view.
No. You see, you have to put law because hear this out again. Read law. The law says that if there is a doubt, a matter of fact, if there's a doubt in a case that is being tried, the doubt have to go to the accused. If there's, all right, I forget the exact quotation in law, but it says that if the evidence, and I'm trying to remember if it has to do with acquittal. No, but if the evidence does not stack up and there is any shade of gray, it have to go to the accused. And I mean, said, that is standard practice in law, and there has to be a good reason for that. You guys have to explore that, but it is on that basis, kids, if you flip the role around and make it be a female as opposed to male, and the female say, him not stop abuse me, him is an abuser, I me take up and do what me have to do with him. Nobody can dispute that. Even if she wicked, nobody can dispute that. Even if there was an insurance policy on his head and the female took it out 5 months ago and go to court and say, him provoke me.
Mary Lynch did say
She not gonna walk free. She not gonna walk free. But if she go to court, let me give you a scenario that could also be considered premeditated. Let's say she took out an insurance policy on him head a year ago, and this year she took out him license firearm and sneak and kill him, and she go to court. Yes, she's going to be charged for the illegal possession of a firearm because she has no business with a firearm that is not licensed to her. And not just that, even if it was licensed to her, the fact that a crime has been committed, the firearm become illegal. So she has 15 years on her books right there. The other part of the argument that is going to be discussed is whether or not to charge this female for murder. They say, yes, all right, we're going to charge her for murder. Our defense attorney say, all right, make them charge her for murder. We're going to go to court and I'm going to tell you to plea to say, yes, I did kill him. I did kill him, but I did not intend. I took his life, but I did not intentionally took his life because I was provoked. Unless somebody can testify to that to say it is not true, you were not provoked. Here's a video. Here's a plan that you had in place to prove that it was premeditated. If you don't have these things, you cannot prove the point that it was premeditated, and that's the only way you can get him on murder. Now, if him give it to you on a platter to say, accept liability and say, charge me for manslaughter because I agree to me do the unaliving, but me never do it intentionally. As long as you can prove him otherwise, you have to accept it. And I think, me I'm not a lawyer, but I believe the DPP is smart enough to recognize that they could not have gone to court and win on a first-degree murder charge. So they did that. Yeah, Kizzy.
Ask you something, yeah?
Yes, my dear.
A person who has been lying and went through a lot to cover up his actions, yeah? Suddenly telling the truth that he was provoked.
We can ask you a question. Give me 1 ounce of the evidence that suggests that he covered up or attempt to cover up. Proven.
The fact that when the police arrived and was taking pictures, he stopped them. That's why
You can't stop the police.
Of course he did.
No. Was that in the report?
That was
Which statement said that?
The
No, which one is statement said that?
The statement that the DPP
PNP, you blame me,
the
just ask the
DPP
question.
office.
Hold on a second.
Yes,
Which
President.
part of the statement said that the accused stopped the police from taking pictures of the crime scene?
It did not say that in the statement. That was not what
Then wait, where was it said? Where was it said?
It said in the DPP release.
Cried out.
Where in there? I haven't heard that.
The statement.
I have not heard that.
He said that when he said that when the report said that when the police took the picture,
the police asked him to cover up her naked body.
No man.
He cried out.
Yes.
Cried out.
Hold on.
The DP.
Find that part and tell me, my brother, and I will withdraw my statement.
Let me read it.
Police. He cried out and the police stopped what he was doing. He did not literally tell the police.
But the police never tell us him stop because him cry out. The police took a picture and tell him to come up the body.
The statement wasn't clear what he cried out and said. That what he said was not stated in the statement.
But Kizzy, the police did not say he stopped because he cried out. The police took a picture, he cried out, and the police asked him to cover up the naked part of the body or something to that effect. That's what I heard. There's nowhere in that that suggests.
So Chopper, why you cry out? Why in ball?
Go further with the
You couldn't ask me. You couldn't ask me.
He was crying.
You couldn't ask me.
And because he was crying, I think the police get distracted. He didn't say he stopped the police. He said he was crying, and the police did not continue.
No, the statement never said that either. The statement did not say that either.
It says
the police took a photo with his Samsung phone.
The police took a photo with his Samsung picture and tell the
taking pictures and taking pictures and crying out, and that's irrelevant. The police took a picture with his personal Samsung phone.
All right, hold on. It said a police first responder subsequently.
We can learn from each other when we're talking over each other. Remember, so we are trying to learn the case, we are trying to dissect it too. As the report and everything, we are talking over each other. While I'm at it, chat me have a new flash goal. 40 person send me. That's something that I want send something that thanks. Continue now.
All right. It says a police first responder subsequently arrived, observed the body, and took photograph with his phone, to which Silvera cried out. To which, it's the action to which Silvera cried out, after taking that phone. He then had Silvera cover the nude section of the body and did not further examine the body. As Silvera was still crying.
Right.
In mind, you must see a look on the police body language, everything, And when you see the police and the picture, then
we
must
can't assume that, man. We can't assume that.
Me assume, so I must say, me goose cook now, so I'm ball out.
So, but the police...
the police action of taking the picture to which he cried out, which caused the
and
police
And not just that, the police picture played a vital...
report, Jam. That part is in the report. That's reading the report.
It is not speculation.
Yes. That part that you just said, it's not a speculation. That is in the report.
Yes, I agree that is in the report. What is not in the report is that he stopped the police from taking pictures. It's not in the report.
No, that
it is a police picture.
That was not said.
That was said, and that's why I asked for the evidence. Remember? It was said earlier by somebody in the chat.
Can I ask you a question, Lynn? Do you think that whether it is that he cried out to stop the police or because he cried out the police stopped, do you think that the police would have been derelict in his duty?
All right. So if you ask me now to weigh in on that side, there's a different perspective I have here. And again, I also have to.
Let me mute my mic. I don't want chat.
No, but there's two different. You ask about the DPP accepting the charge, and I said I agree, and I told you why I agree. You ask a different question now about police conduct at the scene of crime and what they did, and if I believe that. Ask the question again. Let me not speculate. Mm-hmm.
Cried out. Not the intent of Sylvia, because we don't know, as always say, why Sylvia cried out. Him could have cried out to say, oh, my naked wife, I don't want pictures of her like that. Or, oh, my wife is dead. We don't know why he cried out. But was the fact that the police stopped taking the pictures as he would have been taking them, or how he should be taking them, would you say that he was derelict at that point and also in his entire handling of the scene?
I don't know if the police stopped taking pictures. I don't know. The police never say he stopped. The report didn't say he stopped either. The report that you just read did not say that he
The only
stopped.
stop was that he stopped observing. That's the only stop.
Yes.
The police stop observing the body.
So, and stop. If he stopped observing the body,
Sylvia
it could mean very well that he has gotten enough evidence. But hear me out for a second, guys.
No, Chopper. You go down a road wrong, you know. I was trying to say this earlier. That first responder is not a crime scene investigator, you know. So his
hold on a
duty wasn't to
second.
investigate a crime scene because it wasn't a crime scene.
Who told you that there was a crime committed?
That's what I was saying earlier.
The only time we can determine that there was a crime committed, first of all, if the report that came into the police was that somebody jumped the fence and fired some shot over there, bam, that's a crime scene. If somebody call you and tell you, say, if somebody calls you,
he establish?
Hold on, no, it's not a crime scene. Hold on a second, guys. If somebody call you,
what determines this if a scene is a crime scene or not?
You and says, Chopper, as an officer of the law, when you come on the scene, it doesn't matter what I call you and say.
You must come with your professional training.
What is it that you should do? Standard operating procedure, Chopper. Whether you're a crime scene investigator, a detective, yes or no. Normal police, you come out of police academy. What should you do?
Based on the little knowledge I have and based on what I would have read and heard over the years, is that you go and based on what you observe, then you call in the relevant authorities to do the necessary test. In the police case, two people are important in this, you know. The doctor who pronounced the body dead. That individual is an important part of the feature. Even though that person, after declaring that the individual is deceased.
Conveniently, the timeline of when that person arrived on the scene, any mention of that doctor was conveniently left out of the DPP statement that they claim is for transparency for the public.
All right, so two things. When a doctor go on a scene like that, the only duty of that doctor is to determine whether or not the individual is alive or is deceased. Yeah? I mean, I know at what stage it was. I haven't read the report. I listened to excerpts of it. Go ahead. But in the report, if the doctor go on the scene, pronounce the person to be gone, the police is called. Well, I don't know what stage the police is called and what was reported. It could be that the kids said them find mommy a throw up or a vomit and
no,
then
Chopper,
she just...
no, Chopper,
Me no know.
The report said, that's why we want, we like how we want.
What the report says?
The report said the children saw their mother covered in blood at the side of her bed, bleeding out of her orifices. That means high, nose, mouth, wherever, all day. They said the mother bleed out. And that's what the report said.
Her dress was soaked in blood.
Okay.
But how
So
the
when they
children knew that word? The children use those words?
no man, that's those words are not coming from the kids. That's a report that says that.
That's a report.
That's a report. And that's
They put it in brackets.
legal term. Legal
They
term.
put it in brackets that based on the
kids report.
The statement given to them from the children that this is
the one that was 10 years old.
Yes.
So the question, and you ask the question, if I think the police is derelict in their duties. I believe that there's a lot that the police could have done. A lot more that they could have done.
All right.
One of the things I don't know if they had secured the area. I can't understand. There's something that is put. My only concern is the period from which the police came, the body was removed, a postmortem was ordered,
1st of December.
and the time between that and the investigators going back to the scene was a long period.
16th of December, long period.
Which gave him enough time
to renovate
to tamper with the scene. I believe that area, that entire house, if you ask me, should have been secured. But again, you can only make that determination, the police that is, and this is just my view, that the police can only make that determination of securing the area if he thought that they, initially, that there was something foul happen.
All right, Chopper, can I say something? All right. So in law, and this is a judge-only trial, a man charged for murder. Have you ever heard, because I have you ever heard the judge instruct the juror? This is a judge-only trial, but I'm just saying, instruct the juror to listen. Yes, the person is dead. If you have any doubt, and we establish, that this person did it. However, if there is any doubt, probably I'm saying it wrong, but have you ever seen a man charged for murder and the judge sentencing that person for manslaughter during the trial? Good.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, if the person is, listen, there are cases where the prosecution have two charges, the up and the lower.
Exactly. Now, what I am saying is, looking at what the DPP put out, because they are doing damage limitation now, the DPP, that is based on public interest. What I'm saying, based on all of this, couldn't the DPP go through with the trial, right? And if you don't catch him on the higher, you catch him on the lower, it boils down to the same thing.
I'm not so sure, because I don't think manslaughter was on the books. I don't think he was actually charged for manslaughter, I don't think so.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
Yes, Chopper.
Initially,
Kimmy, you know what, guys? Kimmy, let's go through the statement. Let me
Kizzy, initially, when he was charged, was he charged for both, or was he charged for murder?
No,
in respect of, look here, there are more than one count, right? Based on what we see here.
Murder 1, murder 2. First degree, second degree, if you ask me.
Using a firearm to commit a felony, to which murder on count 1, murder of Miss Silvera count 2.
Right.
In respect of count 1, not guilty using a firearm to commit a felony, to wit murder but guilty to manslaughter. In respect of count 2, not guilty to murder but guilty to manslaughter. I mean, I think we need, you see, we need to read the statements. So it's to make everybody on the same page. Without the factual information, it makes no sense. We have a discussion.
But all right. Can I say something? All right. A person
down to the section where say facts.
All right.
We can't go so far. We have to start from the top, so Una know what the reports.
The entire statement, Farmer.
You can't go to facts, because facts sum it up.
No, facts just sum up what Silvera said happened on the night, basically. In order to understand the whole thing, you need to read from the top.
All right. So page and somebody else read the next page.
Can me read until you're tired? Me read the rest.
All right, so yeah, so the press release, guys, the press release, right? On the 2nd day of February 2026, the trial of the matter of Renox v. Joel and Samuel was scheduled to commence before the Honorable Judge Brian Sykes, Chief Justice for the island of Jamaica. On this day, Silvera will plead to innocent charges with what? Oh, indictment, sorry.
Indictment.
Yeah. Indictment. Using a firearm to commit a felony with murder and count 1. Number 2, murder of Mrs. Silvera. That is not the count 2. In response to the charges, Mr. Silvera pled in respect of count 1, not guilty of using a firearm to commit a felony with murder but guilty to manslaughter. Count 2, in respect of count 2, not guilty to murder but guilty to manslaughter. Upon hearing the plea entered by Mr. Silvera, the prosecution indicated to the court that the defense would have provided a basis on which is asking for prosecution to accept a plea to the lesser offense of manslaughter, and it did not raise a prosecution case. The case was not part-headed to the 3rd day of February 2026. On the 3rd day of February, Mr. Silvera was repleaded on 1 count of the indictment, and in which he pled not guilty of using a firearm to commit a felony, to wit, murder, but guilty to using a firearm to commit a felony, to wit, manslaughter. So, him not plead guilty to the firearm either, but him plead guilty to using the said firearm to accidentally unalive his wife. That's what it's saying, right?
It's not accident, It's no accident, It was an act of negligence.
Manslaughter is accident, though.
No, man. Manslaughter is when you didn't plan to do it, but you do it. So it wasn't an accident.
You commit the act, but you did not do it. Basically, you're not do it on purpose.
Plan it.
Okay, go ahead, Kizzy.
Okay, so on the night of the 2nd day of February 2026, the defense provided a statement authored and signed by Mr. Silvera to the prosecution. The statement in summary was that on the night of the 10th day of November 2023, Mr. Silvera and his wife, the deceased, had an argument which got physical. He indicated that during the argument, she blamed him, as she always did, for the death of their young son. He went on to state that during the argument, she hurled several expletives at him and made derogatory statements about his sister and mother, which he found to be provocative. He stated further that during the argument, she made a comment about their children, which he found to be the final straw, and at that point, he lost control, discharged his weapon in her direction. He stated that it was not his intent to hurt or kill her that night, and that having done so, he panicked and left the apartment. He stated that over the course of the days following her death, he thought about his children losing both parents and thus made the decision to not admit to what he had done. On the 3rd day of February 2026, the defense outlined the contents of the said statement to court. In response, the prosecution made submissions on whether it was proper in law to accept the plea entered by Mr. Silvera. The prosecution's case was based on circumstantial evidence and the ballistics findings. The prosecution had evidence of the following: what occurred before Ms. Silvera was killed, what occurred after deceased was killed, and the subsequent events. The prosecution did not have evidence of what happened at the time Ms. Silvera was killed. Having heard Mr. Silvera's account of what took place when he shot the deceased, the prosecution took the decision, after assessing the evidence and subject to the subject to the court's approval to accept the plea to the lesser offense of manslaughter for the following reasons: that there is no evidence in the prosecution's possession that can speak to what occurred at the residence when the deceased was shot and killed by the defendant. Having heard Mr. Silvera's account, the prosecution would not have been able to evidentially negative the partial defense of provocation raised by him. Further, the prosecution is cognizant of the fact that in light of the accounts given by Mr. Silvera having raised the partial defense of provocation, the court would have a duty to direct the jury on the defense of provocation and the effect it would have on the count of murder, that is to reduce it to manslaughter. That having been guided by the authority of Gaynor Hansen, VR 2014, whatever them quote this. So the prosecution took the view that where Mr. Silvera gives an account on a guilty plea that supports the offense, in this case, manslaughter, the court can properly accept the plea in Gaynor Hansen above. The applicant had pleaded guilty to murder but maintained that he had not intended to kill the deceased. The court is dealing with the issue of the murder/manslaughter, was of the view that the applicant's version did not support a murder conviction, and therefore the trial judge should not have accepted a plea to murder. The court was of the view that manslaughter was the more appropriate offense. The prosecution was further guided the authority of Perlina Wright, VR 1988. So basically, that about the matter about precedents, that a previous case where them used to set precedents for decide this matter, which is a case dealing with the fact that a judge in a sentencing hearing should sentence the convict on the facts more favorable to convict. Though it is a case dealing with sentencing, the principle is applicable to Mr. Silvera's case in that neither the prosecution nor the court could ignore the version given by Mr. Silvera, especially in circumstances where the prosecution could not disprove the account given by him.
Kissy, can I ask you to pause here for a quick second?
Yes.
Just pause for a quick second. Because you said something that I want to just clear up real quick. The section you read prior to where you are now that speaks to the evidence, the facts. If whatever is, and that's what I was trying to remember earlier. If what is presented to the judge or the jury favors the accused, then you have to rule in his favor, because the prosecution is not able to provide a stronger case than what the accused provide.
Yes, Chopper. Clearly.
So go ahead, my dear.
Clearly. Then it continues where they say, in the interest of justice and transparency, we have outlined the facts as constituted on the case file. Bolding facts, they say, sometime after 10:30 p.m. on the 10th day of November 2023, Joylan Silvera told his wife, Mrs. Silvera, and the children that he was leaving to attend a meeting and that he would return the following day. Mrs. Silvera told him he could not leave, and an argument ensued. And this now in brackets, they say, extracted from the statement of two of the children they shared. The adults swore at each other and then he left. Sometime before 6 a.m. on the 11th day of November 2023, one of the children, who was 10 years of age at the time, went into his parents' bedroom and discovered his mother's lifeless body on the floor next to their bed. He noticed that there was blood coming from her orifices and that her dress was covered with blood. He ran from the bedroom and alerted his brother, who accompanied him back to his parents' bedroom, where they both checked for signs of life from her body. They tried to make contact to their father using the Messenger Kid application on their digital device and were eventually successful. Mr. Silvera has indicated in a witness statement that he called the Stony Hill police station whilst on way home after he had spoken to his son. Upon arrival at his house at 2A Diamond Court, Stony Hill, in the parish of St. Andrew, Mr. Silvera went into his bedroom based on the statements from his children and saw his wife in a sitting position with her head leaning forward at the side of the bed. He touched her, spoke to her, and found that she was not responding. Sometime after, the first responder, who was an officer of the Stony Hill police station, arrived at the house and went into the bedroom where he saw the body of Melissa Silvera. He took a photograph of the body with his Samsung cellular telephone, and Mr. Silvera cried out. He had Mr. Silvera covered the nude sections of the body. The first responder did not further examine the body as Mr. Silvera was still crying. The first responder, after learning from Mr. Silvera that Mrs. Silvera had no known medical condition, indicated that a post-mortem examination would be conducted to determine the cause of death. He then contacted the House of Tranquility Funeral Home for the removal of the body. He then left. When the morgue attendant arrived at the house and the body was removed and taken to the morgue, a post-mortem examination was scheduled to take place on the 1st day of December 2023. On this date, the pathologist discovered that there were scars on the body. The post-mortem examination was conducted on the 15th day of December 2023 at the Tranquility Funeral Home. The pathologist noted that there were 3 gunshot wounds, 1 perforating gunshot wound to the front of the right thigh, 1 penetrating gunshot wound to the left side of the lower abdomen, and the third is a superficial penetrating gunshot wound to the right side of the lower abdomen. The pathologist removed 2 projectiles from her body, which was handed over to the police. The pathologist opined that the immediate cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds. The detectives and the first responder returned to Mr. Silvera's home on the 16th day of December 2023. Upon entering the bedroom, it was noticed that the floor was now tiled, the furniture sprayed over, the mattress was replaced with a new one, and the walls were painted. The children's room were also tiled. Mr. Silvera indicated that no one had told him that he could not make changes to the room. Mr. Silvera's iPhone and firearms, for which he held a license, was taken by the police for examination and testing. The projectiles removed from the body of Mrs. Silvera was compared to test fires taken from Mr. Silvera's gun by the ballistics experts in 2024. The experts saw level 1 matching, class, and characteristics, and the same amount of level 2 matching. As a result of his finding, the expert contacted FLA and requested the test fires in their possession from Mr. Silvera's Glock pistol, which was taken in 2013. A comparison was done between the test fires from FLA and the projectiles from the body of the deceased, and they matched. That is, they were fired from Mr. Silvera's Glock pistol. The ballistics expert indicated that there was corrosion to the barrel of the firearm. The firearm has been inspected by FLA on the 29th of September 2023, and there was no signs of tampering. As at the conclusion of the ballistics examination, Mr. Silvera was arrested and charged for the offenses of using a firearm to commit a felony and murder. Mr. Silvera was represented by Mr. Peter Champagny, KC, and Ms. Patrice Riley, whilst the prosecution was represented by Mr. Dwayne Green, Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions, and Ms. Deborah Bryan, Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions. Prepared by, signed and sealed by Dwayne Green, Mr. Assistant Director of Public Prosecution, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, 5th of February, 2026. Here ended the reading.
All right.
Say you now, Chops. Guys, let's stop. Let's stop. Chops gone. Let's stop the screen. I still don't.
I can just say something?
Agree.
All right.
Sure.
So once a person is charged for murder and the judge see that it's not murder, but it is during the trial, but it is manslaughter, the judge instruct the juror to give a guilty verdict for manslaughter. Why didn't the DPP go through with the trial and let the judge decide which one the man guilty on? That's what I say.
And like many of us that are here, except for those who said she should have taken it, many of us are saying it should have gone to trial. It should have gone to trial.
876, I have a question I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask you. If you were the prosecutor and based on the evidence, you could not prove murder and you get the accused to admit guilt to manslaughter, which is still unaliving, you still would have pushed for a trial?
All right. First things first. The prosecutor, before charging someone for a crime, rule on the case, they look at the evidence, and then they charge. So are you saying that the prosecutor didn't know what they were doing when they were laying charge against the person? Because obviously they must have had evidence to support
the farmer make me get a laugh out, because me alone now laugh. Una says a chopper run gone from chopper here this day. Chopper say, I will not answer that question at time.
Guys, power tap.
You know, see chopper gone a comment section. I make it no answer.
Come here, chopper man. Anyways, continue, guys.
Yeah, DP. So what I'm saying is that it's the prosecutor who first read the file, decide what she got charge him for, and know what evidence she have and the appropriate charge. So asking that question is like, you know, saying why the cart is not before the ass.
So with the final statement we'll get yesterday, I lie them a tell them.
Final statement in terms of what? Which final statement?
What just read, it is in the statement saying that the prosecutor could not mount, my words, not theirs, or prove murder.
All right, the prosecutor saying, the prosecutor saying, right, and there are two reasons why I say trial. One is the prosecutor charging for murder. It's nobody else. It's the prosecutor charging for murder.
Actually, a police lay charges.
Well, yeah, and they instructed because it got to the something there, and the prosecutor, they say, listen, me charge him for this, whatever, right? However, the next thing is, the public invest heavily in this. Number three is if you don't get murder, you're gonna still end up with manslaughter. So the evidence.
So here are my problem, gentle people. 876, and let me confess to you. Based on my knowledge, I'm not gonna share my antecedents. I've seen cases where the evidence according to we prove that the person is guilty. And this person have walked free based on technicality. So I hear people arguing this from a point to say it would have like there's an absolute, there is no shadow of no doubt that he would have get caught on something. And I am saying, I've seen cases where in a middle of it, the same prosecutor, them have to say, for no evidence and say, listen, we're not going forward with the case. You have never heard of nothing like that?
DP, quick question.
Make 876 answer first, please.
Well, we have heard of cases where persons get off on technicality Vibes Cartel case is one, for instance. However, this case, with the evidence that the prosecutor just presented, just stated, you get what I'm saying? With the evidence that the prosecutor just stated, there's no way, right, with just that bare evidence, that that man could have escaped a manslaughter conviction. But what I'm saying is that it's either one, you're lazy or you don't respect the state, which is the state.
8876. I think we not respect the process, you know. Because again, Sykes, one of his biggest thing was to say to reduce the backlog. You know, right now the backlog in trial is 3 years. One of the reasons why they choose not to retry Cartel is because of the backlog in retrial of cases.
No, it's
so
not
if
the backlog.
DPP,
It's the time that has passed. And the time.
and that is the argument. That is the argument that they put forward to say they were asking the DPP, what date can you give us to say to start a retrial? And based on the backlog, they could not come up with a date that was part of it. All I know, the point I'm making is this. The point of the DPP and the court is to get a case to go through, to get a conviction as soon as possible. So if you get a conviction from trial or you get a conviction from the person admitting to guilt, right there, so you bingo. Lack of a better expression. So people who say they wanted it to go to trial and then it dropped down to manslaughter. What's the point?
The point, and I'll state the point. The point is you are acting on behalf of the state. The state need to know this is a man who has asked the state to represent them, right? The state is heavily invested in this thing. So you
wait to say this. So I say this and then I go shut up. Kizidan say, I have absolutely no faith in Comrade Sykes. It's not a jury trial at him alone. So go put this to trial to somebody that don't have no faith in. What would be the possible outcome? Can anyone tell me say this man get based on phone narrative? In my PMP, what is made them say about him?
Let me just chime in a little bit here. One thing all of you are missing is this. I get the feeling that the officer who went on the scene is either inexperienced, young, or I don't know. But based on what I'm hearing, the first thing. Hello.
Better stop you one. No, hold on 1 minute. The officer who went there, he was the one who switched it from the aneurysm to a murder. Continue.
All right, well,
thanks for that.
Right.
Thanks for that.
What he should have done is to call the crime scene personnel and let them process the scene. At that being the case, then the DPP.
Hold on, stop again. Stop again.
Pardon me?
Stop again. Also, within that jurisdiction where that issue happened, you can only have one cop on the scene. Continue.
No, where you get that from?
No. Hold on.
Hello, sir. Where did you get that from?
What's this? Hold on. Chev. Hold on, Chev.
And it's called the Jamaica Constabulary course. Say anywhere you can get police from.
Cases, pan that same thing. Yeah. Hold on again. Make him continue.
No, Chef, me need clarity.
Let me just finish.
Me need clarity, Chef, because I want you to explain to us, please, Chef, what is the difference in this jurisdiction why only one police can go on the scene? Because I've
allow me to Chef, just allow me to finish.
We need clarity on that, please.
Yeah, what he should have done, and had he done that, it would have made a world of difference. Allow the scene to be processed by the crime scene personnel. Then, after all that is done, because you then would have a senior CIB personnel being, coming on the scene and doing their thing. Then the last thing you do is call the ambulance to take the body to wherever to be pronounced. There's something wrong, something went wrong at the initial stages.
Farmer, mute, please. Chef, you want to answer my question, please?
All right. The reason why
one officer can come on a scene is sometimes it depends on how many persons working at a particular station at a particular time, based on how much. Say, for instance, you have 5 persons at a station. A lot of times, sometimes 2 or 3 are elsewhere, and you only have one officer can go on a scene. It may be in this case, that's the reason why there was only one cop on the scene at this time. And
so you're saying
yes,
to me that
hold
Stony Hill
on,
police
McKinsey.
station understaffed?
If me can go back on the force orders and get the records to find out how much cops was there the night, because I can get it. I can tell how much person was working at the time at the night. And then it depends. It depends.
It was actually the morning, because it was after 6 in the morning there.
It depends.
When the children found the body, we don't know at what time of the day the officer was called.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter how many persons who was working at Stony Hill. All they had to do was to simply call control, call the emergency police center, and they will dispatch the necessary person there. And the first person who would likely to be present there is either some senior CIB personnel or the crime scene personnel. It doesn't matter where they're coming from, Clarendon, it does not matter. That would have made a world of difference.
I see me keep my party down at Constant Spring Golf Club, and then could have called the whole police in the hall of Kingston to go shut up the party. Yeah.
Hey, hold on there. Official. Who determined before the police switch it to say that they suspected something? So who determined it was aneurysm at the first?
Let me tell you all of the names that I heard. Do you guys remember somebody goes by the name of Jeff Edford?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alfred Dawes. Dayton Campbell.
Yeah.
I don't know them names, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those were all persons who were on the scene when that happened. And there's a lot more names, but some of them
Allegedly.
Chef, can I ask you something, Chef?
Yeah.
Which one of them died, Chef?
Why the names of all these other persons who were on the scene, including even the doctor that came to pronounce
Jeff Ford.
Yeah, why was that? Why wasn't that? Why none of that not mentioned in the statement? So not even the timeline no proper, because you know they did not say, they did not state.
All right. Well, hold on there.
When Silvera ended up and they did not state when Silvera got to the home after he spoke to his son. There was no timeline there. Yeah, and also in other, you notice for the police, the first responders, they say is sometime after. Sometime after is left to interpretation. I'm just saying, look at the statement, right? They start telling you timeline from when the argument, and then they tell you that they give you a specific time, and they give you a specific time when the children found the body. But the rest of it, there is no timeline. It is just messy. The statement itself is messy. Right. Come out of the DPP office.
Hold on, official, hold on there. They said Jeff Tafford, he died from COVID in 2000, about 2000.
There's two of them.
Two brothers.
There's two of them. There's a brother. There's two of them.
Brothers.
Well, it's not Jeff Tafford.
It's not Jeff, it's Jeffet.
Jeffet.
What is that, Jeffet?
Oh, okay.
Criminal dead long time. And
no man, Jeffta is dead. So I must the next one. So get the name correct.
So I just said Jeffet, brother. I never said Jeffta. I said Jeffet.
He never said Jeffta. I said the correct name.
Okay. All right, no problem.
But it is good that you now making it clear about the brothers, because I mean people in the know.
All right, Kizzy. You see, if I break this, people are going to jail. And this, I shouldn't know it. And it's not just one side. Based on info, it's both sides. Some all about are going, some bullshit are going. I'm gonna get for understand say if the People's National Party did win the past election, then would I get him off scotch-free. Also, I get for years, based on where I go up and do the manslaughter, I'm only gonna get a slap on him wrist. Now I get a long time, a long sentence. If it do go to trial, too many person is gonna go down. That's what I heard.
But that's what
We just left it there, so. Corruption now stop.
And that there was not enough evidence. I mean, bullshit.
You know, when me say
It's just
right, you
crazy.
see, when me say breaks accept the manslaughter, me think Tasha me left to go home. So me look on it, cause that not spell no sense for me personally.
I mean, when we look on it, you have two cases that the public was looking at for 2026.
top guys. Mm-hmm.
Right? You have the Maitland case. Now, the Maitland case, you had we don't know the cause of death. We don't know if there's even a death. Nobody else saw it. So all the things that people are saying, no, why we need the manslaughter and all of that. It wasn't present in Maitland. You get me? I just him and her. We don't even know the date. You get what I'm saying? So it just leave the perception of corruption in the office of the DPP and the justice system.
Well, 876, me say only I get maybe about 5 years. So,
No, the first, and I believe so too, because the first thing we're here is that in plea guilty at the first attempt. So guess
no,
what?
not guilty.
No, well, at the first
guilty.
day of trial, that is. Then we were here say, him is a good fellow kind school principal, I'll come say she know him long time, to him serve Jamaica and first offense, and we hear all of these stuff.
I'm done on my life. Why not discuss what we know instead of say what we don't know and what happened? Because none of we don't know this. As the brother just said, here say, can we discuss what we know?
But yeah, because what we know, right, is that this man made a plea deal and the DPP accepted it. And many of us is not agreeing with her accepting the plea deal. I don't agree. Mrs. Silvera's family came out and said they don't agree either. Kizzy, you're right. I would have rather, and I mean it, I would have rather they go to trial and get her not guilty. I feel like the family of Mrs. Silvera, feel like say she get a wordy fight or something than to throw in the towel so easy. It to me it's just very easy. Why no? Why all of a sudden you get up and say, oh, me go plead guilty? What happened? Who said something to you? Who whispered in your ears? What go along? Something happened, Kizzy.
I don't know where Chef gone and the rest are bright people and we know everything and understand. But maybe somebody here is still left. We can't explain. I want to know how and when do they decide to have a jury trial or a judge-only trial? Who makes that decision and on what basis? That would be really interesting to know. Is there anyone here who knows?
Well, I think the fact that it's a gun court, I think you.
Gun court is always judge only?
Yeah, I think so. And then the next thing, if it wasn't, I wouldn't want a jury trial, because the thing is, the man is a politician, and if me depend there, me don't want to hear nothing. A guilty, me I go say. And if anybody here who is a labor right, them I go say guilty. And anybody who is a PNP, I go say
you can't say that, because even jury selection, you still have to go through your jury. You don't just throw them anybody pan you have to go through them, and I think you have a right to dismiss a jury or pick and choose or whatever. Jury selection is a thing. So people in Jamaica who not aligned to no political party at all.
That's true.
Who can be objective. And I want to say something to you, 876, why I further don't agree to you. Since this case, look at the behavior of PMP people in general and the app, and then look. Since the last 2 days, I have to be battling labor rights and especially men. I have to be battling men because the men seems to somehow can identify with provocation from women and seems to think that, okay, it's fine. He's going to go to prison anyways on the gun charge. So the murder of the woman no matter. And so I mean, that's what I have been battling as a woman and a labor right woman with labor right men, because I have not spoken to any PMP on this thing, other than in my private confines. And even the private conversations are very interesting, because the private people, they're all saying it's a fucking cover up. Excuse me language by your platform, Kiwi, but we couldn't spread you out no better. It stinks. It's rotten from from top to bottom, from the crime commit to now. And everybody is using the comparison towards Maitland and this case. Maitland pretty much tried to cover up the crime as well. He tried to cover up the crime, and they had no murder weapon, nobody, right?
Thank you.
Barely have any.
Thank you,
barely had any witness statements. At least here they had the children's witness statements, right? To lay a foundation as to what happened in the house, and not just the statement completely from Silvera, right? So
what barely mean?
What do you mean what barely mean?
That's why I'm asking. I don't want to use my own interpretation. So can you clarify the use of that phrase?
They said they had no. Where was the witness statements? With who? It was between Donnelly and Noel.
All right. So let me help you, because I think they call about 36 witnesses. So I don't know that amount to barely. The driver of the truck was a witness.
DP,
the lady that washed
you can let me speak. Regarding motive, regarding the motive of what happened to commit a crime so that Donnelly disappeared, and the motive, what was the charge against Noel Maitland? The witnesses that were called are persons who actively help clean up the scene, unknown to some of them, right? Like and the neighbor who had a recording, when could have testify, say them come out, tell me something, delete my recording or view me recording or whatever. Yeah. So but in the house of Silvera, the children were witnesses to the argument. They in a Noel Maitland case, they had no witnesses to speak to what would have caused an argument or any kind of altercation between the two. That is what I'm saying.
DP.
Yes.
You see, you could have called more witnesses in this case than in Noel Maitland's case.
Correct.
Well, when I make things mean different stuff,
if the rumors are true, and all these persons who are said to be there were there, right? The mattress. Who buy the mattress? Why did you buy a mattress? Why? How was it delivered?
All right.
The people who do the renovation, the painter, the Tyler, all of these people, they would have been witnesses. What about? Let me ask you something. What about the nanny? Did they still have a nanny, a housekeeper, in this house where they were living?
DP, the difference between murder and manslaughter is you have to think before, right?
It's called premeditated. Premeditation.
Yeah. Did it state a time? The time lapse between your thought and the action? No. Right? So we want to know what time the argument occurred, because it's the argument. What time it left? When the kids hear the argument? We need to know. There's a whole lot of things we need to know. You get what I'm saying? And the
So on keep on a compare the Noel and me say it, I'm going to repeat ad nauseum. If Noel Maitland had admitted to guilt, there wouldn't have been a trial. So on can't mix apples with oranges.
But
It is wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong.
But it is on the judge. It is on the judge and the DPP to accept or reject the plea made by Silvera
admit to what
and the defense.
If Noel, right?
Admit to what guilt?
Accept the guilty. If he did plead guilty, we wouldn't have a trial. But guess what? He was charged for murder.
Without a body and without no evidence, then no murder weapon, no nothing.
Exactly. He was charged without nothing.
So when I disqualify my point or not accept it? Which one?
No, but admit to what guilt?
I'm saying it doesn't matter. Admission to guilt is admission to guilt. It doesn't matter.
No, but our issue is now the guilt that is admitted here.
Oh, boss, I am saying they keep on comparing the two cases, and I'm saying they shouldn't. One is the man up to today is maintaining his innocence. Let me put some facts on the table again. By admitting what Joel and Silvera did, this case cannot be appealed. Noel Maitland will appeal his case because he's saying that he's innocent. He has maintained his innocence. So no cannot be comparing apples with oranges. They're still fruits, but they're different.
No, but the comparison is why the case went to the big TV said they couldn't find this man guilty for murder, but they still went to trial with Maitland.
And I just say it because he never did admit guilt. I need to raise my voice when I get that. That's why it went to trial. I just said that 5 times. It went to trial because the man maintained his innocence.
But the prosecutor didn't have to accept the guilt that he
But why not? Why would you not accept a guilt? Why?
Because why would we not accept a guilt? Because if he accept guilt for a lesser offense.
That is the point.
Hold on, what is the max you can get for manslaughter?
You can get for manslaughter, you can get up to life. Right?
So what are the arguments? So what's the argument?
Just hold on, listen, let me finish. But in Jamaica, the precedent has been set. Nobody get life for manslaughter. You're lucky if you get 20 years, which is why it's a lesser.
Okay, so no, you see, Crown, I mix up the argument, you know. Kimi say she would have preferred the case have gone to trial and him get off not guilty. You would have preferred that to boss?
Based on the evidence, he would not get.
No, we don't know that. We don't know that, and we are arguing something that is unknown and cannot be proven. We are arguing, so we all on a man, we're arguing something that is unknown and cannot be proven. Nobody can convince me that if it had gone to trial, anything else after that would happen. So let me ask again. Kimi says she would have preferred it had gone to trial and him walk off not guilty. Is that your stance as well?
All right, listen to my stance. Me, him, and him lawyer, she said him could not get away. Me, him, and him lawyer.
Answer my question. Is that right? Or not can move on with the conversation?
Me, him, and him lawyer, she said him couldn't get away.
If Champelli saw a way out, he would not accept that plea.
Exactly.
He would not, unless you think Champelli is an idiot.
Did you guys listen to the DPP? There's a statement that says, give the reason why you have to accept if it's in favor of the accused. If the story where them give the guilt is in favor of the accused, the judge have to accept it. On no glass over that. On no glass over that, right?
What I'm saying, and my case is.
But this not go trial. That went to trial. This not go trial.
My point is, you saw before that this man could be charged for murder. You charged him for murder, you went down for murder, but when this man come and said he might accept a lesser charge, you forgot everything that convinced you that it was murder, and you accept you play a theme game.
But what if Bridging, oh God, don't really confuse me, you know? The DPP themselves saying after what the man say, so the guilt is not just guilty, you know. To plead guilty, you have to give reasons why you're pleading guilty and talk your side of the story. this what we are discussing right now. If you had maintained innocent and nothing, we wouldn't hear that. And it, the burden is on the prosecutor to prove guilt, not on the accused to prove innocence. So all of this what we are here now said, this is what happened the night. That is what all of them something that we need to hear it.
Listen, my point still remains that the DPP was convinced that you have it.
No, there's nothing. You prove that to me. Prove that to me.
The DP, because he was charged.
Boss, oh God.
The DPP rule saying for charge. Every case we're going to them.
Let me ask you this. This are simplify my argument. Did they charge him for the pie after the ballistic results?
Yes.
Was that charge placed on him after the ballistic results?
Listen.
No, answer now. He simplified for me. Yes or no?
I couldn't answer that because I'm not that.
And I can tell you, no. He was charged with the pie before the ballistic results came out.
Well, if you say that, even better.
No, man, you accept or not. You accept my point. Do you accept my point? Yes or no?
No, I don't know. I don't know when he was charged. If it's before, I don't have the date of the evidence. I don't have the date, so I can't answer that, and I'm not gonna tell a lie. But what I'm saying, if it's before, then it solidifies my point. It solidifies my point.
No, but the reason I said that and it does not, you're saying the DPP must have known, or what the term you use? Convinced that murder took place.
Was convinced, exactly.
The only thing the DPP office was convinced of, there was a death. That are the only thing they were convinced of.
That's why
I'm not listening. That's why I'm not listening. I'm not listening.
I'm not
listening. That's why I'm not listening. That's why I'm not going to I've been saying this since Monday. It's not all unaliving is murder. This is why you go to court. And you see him and say it, you see him and say, even if they couldn't prove the murder, then they would have hold them on the manslaughter. So why you think this is what this is why I raise my voice and people don't like when I raise my voice. It's like a natural defense. And I feel attacked when the people don't allow me to talk. So that's why I get loud. I don't want to get loud. You're saying the defense, the prosecutor was convinced, and I'm saying some of the time them in a prosecuting a case, you fling up whole heap of that on the wall and hope something stick. And when you go to court now, that prove whether what you did say as the prosecutor is right or wrong. So you can't charge somebody for something and they say, oh, you get acquittal because if the evidence don't rise or proven in court, the person is going to get acquitted. Like in O.J. Simpson case, when lawyer did say, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. But the prosecutor was saying that he unalive his wife.
DP withdraw all this argument and just sit and listen. Because we come to a conclusion already.
You're right. Yes, let me do that. Thanks for that advice. I withdraw everything on myself.
Just relax and listen, DP. Just relax and listen.
Yes, may I go do that? Now. Thanks for the advice.
Yes, sir.
Listen. The prosecutor.
Hold on, farmer. Make
Maserati, you want to say something?
Yeah. Maserati?
Yeah, I've been here a while, but I was wrong and strong yesterday by saying a lot of things. But you see, right now, where the case reach right now, I just have to humble myself and listen. Because what I was saying, I was wrong. In terms of law. We have to make law take its precedence right here, right now. It doesn't matter what we think or what we assume in this case.
What were you wrong and strong with?
Saying that I was saying that the DP was wrong to accept a manslaughter. But when I listened to two other voices, they was telling me that she's not wrong. You know, I was saying that she didn't win. But when I listen, she had. You see this case? This case is technical. This case can go a very far way to what was happening. Provocation. Although with due respect, I think that was that was put before him by his lawyer. But provocation is a hell of a thing in any case at all. And as a man, I know how women operates. And
we operate.
woman, the lady. All right, hold on. I was assuming to a woman operate. With the death of the baby, he was saying that you got there with the help of my baby got dead in a pool.
Then not true.
Yes, but a provocation. You're provoking.
Never take it cause you.
Yes, exactly. Prove my point. Prove my point.
Maserati, you're married? Maserati.
But boss, hold on, we got that there. So that means say him have a right for your life for the woman for that then.
You asked me a question.
Yes,
you asked me a question. You want me answer?
You remember I said this earlier? You remember I said this earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody, thanks for listening. Kimmy, thanks for allowing me to stay on the
Kizidan,
I'm going to jump. Listen, I don't subscribe to them kind of reasoning. I can't deal with them. I mean, on my platform, nobody go.
No, but where you go, you can't go nowhere. Come stay.
Why she run off? I told me say something. I become say something. She run off.
All right, Maserati. The thing is, the women, because I have a wife and she so-called provoke. Because I don't think that's provocation. Women are them strength, right? And I have a wife, and I would never think of me not even argue with her. Me not even argue with her, to be honest. When she start, the good thing is we have two houses. So when she start talking, me just go around the next one, I'm go around, I'm virgin. So I mean, it's just, you know, when and believe me, it rubbed me the wrong way when me hear men come up and say, boy, provocation. That's the punishment for provocation is nothing at all. Should be nothing at all. Not even a response.
It's not 7 brothers, 7 different man. It's not everybody take provocation as the same thing. It's like you can control your emotions, you can control your feelings, you can avoid the altercation. And who to say the gun was there and she didn't reach for the gun first?
Pew pew.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that, but this is what I am telling you, that he can claim anything you want to claim.
All right, so I'm going to ask you something now. It's separate from the case. So when you walk down the road and a man provoke you, what happens?
It depends on the provocation.
It depends if it's a big strong man with a big strong arm or...
It depends on the provocation. It depends on the provocation. Okay, it depends on how I feel within myself.
Listen, no. What you sound like you do know. And I'm going to draw back for this because it sounds as if, and I'm not judging you, but it sounds as if you are literally saying, okay, the man and me argue. Me and my man are arguing. I'm going to bring it down in a context. I'm going to do it in a Jamaican style. Me and my man are a dirty boy. And you make my picnic dead. Hey boy, go ask your mother, me and the man are arguing. And he might argue back, he might say back things will hurt my feelings, so me I say things will hurt him feelings too. Hey boy, you know, say because you got to do this with the helper, we no longer have Victor with we, and Victor could have been here, chat me get a puzzle, all on the chat. You understand? So me and you arguing, you're gonna tell me, what are you telling me? It is okay to be, what are you trying to tell me, say?
Ask a question. You don't ask a question all now. You still don't ask a question.
But Kimmy,
no right.
But Kimmy,
you still don't ask me a question.
Kimmy, hold on, my boss. But Kimmy, if the man,
hold on, DJ. What are you saying? Are you saying because she was provoked? Are you saying because he was provoked, it is okay for him to pull his licensed firearm?
Me thump on your life and tell us I like you, you know, and I don't want to hear your talk. Where anybody say right or wrong? Or we end up to discuss right or wrong?
Because it's
right or wrong coming at this. No, but you know when me never asked you earlier, Google provocation in law right now, Kimmy. Google it and see what it say. Provocation in law. And let me have a preem. There's a part where talk about even insulted words. Just Google it. Put it into Google. What is provocation in law?
But you know what say, if your wife provoke you, get up and left out of the house. You provoke you enough, you get up and get out of the house. You don't know that. Me not say things. I'm not saying Sylvia is right in what he do. And I'm not saying he's wrong for what he do.
What you mean by what this man mean by him not wrong what him do? What you mean by him not wrong?
Me can't judge him.
What the man are trying to say, me not understand.
Me can't judge him. Me can't be the judge of him.
Everybody mute. Listen, guys, listen. It says provocation in criminal law is a partial defense, partially to murder, where a defendant claims that they have lost control and unalive due to a sudden extreme provocation by the victim. If successfully, it is mitigated as a murder charge to manslaughter. The provocation must be significant enough to cause an ordinary person to lose self-control. Key aspects of the defense of provocation include power tap chat. Chat, I have a couple of goals left. Thanks.
Okay,
anyway,
man. Okay, stop. Kimmy, no say nothing more. Don't say nothing more. Make the live reach some more views. Make we get some more taps and some more gifts and something. Before we continue.
Yes, chat. Live goal.
Tap up the live. Send gift. Tap up the live. And the live we're gonna tap it up.
But you already know, Kimmy, it's not that is the defense must prove provocation is not the prosecution.
Provocation is in law. That's what I just do.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Why? Suppose he sin what he suppose why he doing realize what he do or the action wasn't really necessary and him do. A man can be sorrow. A man can be sorry for what he did.
We have a lot of emotions.
Kimmy, he was sorry to reading the definition.
Power tap chat. We have a lot of emotions, but here we go. It says key accept to the defense of provocation includes partial defense. It does not lead to an equality to reduce murder to manslaughter, often avoiding a mandatory death penalty or life sentence. Subject and object test. The accused must have actual lost control subjective, and an ordinary person in their position would also have lost control objective. Suddenness. The act must be committed on the sudden in the heat of passion. Therefore, there is time before the time of the blood cool. Now it says, nature of provocation can be action towards words such as finding a spouse in bed with someone else, adultery, or intimate.
Yes, Kimmy, hold on. Give me 150 likes before we're gonna further, please. 150 likes, 150,000 likes, please. Give me some likes, please. Give me some likes. We want some likes before we're gonna further. If not, we're gonna cut off the live and continue somewhere. Give me some likes, please, chat. Power tap.
All right.
Tap.
We can say something. Beg you now a minute there. We can say something. The only way we could assist Sylvia getting away with this plea when I get away, unless him they come off and first when it just
happen. Hold your opinion until when she done read this.
When it just
that's why we're not gonna learn, We need hold your opinion until when she done read and done. Hold your opinion.
And make we get our life goal, man. She can't out us a chat out her throat, Regine. Make she get her life goal, man. She can't just chat with us there, talk, and the people them now entwine with this. Just listen with and now give you a little gift and now power tap. Power tap, people. Power tap. Bring it up, man. Bring it up. We want to go. Give me some tap. Let me tap.
So
people, give me some tap. We are begging you, please and thanks. Give me some tap. I keep me live. If a DP live, me do the same thing. Anybody live, me do the same thing. Give me some tap, people. I beg you some tap. Give me rose. Give me donut. Give me whatever you have. Please and thanks. I beg you. Yeah, man. This is not mix up, I realize I mix up on a gift, Give us to man. Thank you. Power tap. Taps and gifts, please. Taps and gifts.
Okay. Steve, go ahead. No, clear.